Happy Friday, everybody. All right. Alice Coltrane. All right. Pausing music and 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Gonna pause that beautiful sound. Go ahead and link the TikTok for you. You can check out her work. Just discovered her. I've been on a absolute algorithm deep dive of music, vibes. Here's another one I found, which, oh my God, like if you love Les Mis. Oh! I would be so obnoxious if I could sing like that. Oh my God. I'd be so obnoxious. Oh, I'm already obnoxious now and I can't even. I'd be so much worse though. I'd be so obnoxious. Anyways, okay. His name is Christian. Mark Gibbs. He's a Broadway star singer. It's delicious. Oh, the sounds, the music, the voice. You know, I'm so talentless. I meant his voice is delicious, not him. That sounded objectifying. I'm getting into Broadway recently. I've been getting into like the classics and I love the way they sing. I get it, girl. I get it. I'm starting to really get it. It's the way they like, as if every fiber in their body is like, you know what I'm saying? I'm starting to process why people love Broadway. Why people thought I would love Broadway. I was like, oh, like I loved musicals my whole life growing up. But now I'm getting it more and more where I'm like, oh, yeah, like it makes me want to cry. Like it literally makes me want to cry. Like sometimes I do. Sometimes a clip like this will come up on my feed and I'll just start instantly crying. It's just like, oh my God, like imagine if we just spent all our time doing this, you know, like oh, the world would be so great. The world would be so great. Oh my God. Anyways, okay. Oh. I've got a doozy for you today, girls. Got a doozy for you today. So, what I want to do today, and this is kind of the theme, is I got a bunch of tabs open as usual. What I want to do is I want to, I should just say ahead of time, there's a very high probability this stream gets taken down. A lot of my streams have either been demonetized, blocked, or taken down. Even streams I did 3, 4, 6 months ago, I'm getting emails every day. D'Angelo talked about this. A lot of people have talked about this. Like YouTube's copyright is going crazy right now. I don't know if it's because they implemented new AI or I don't know what's happening. I don't know if the originators of the clips are now just getting around to copywriting people. But like even stuff I did, like stuff that I did 5 years ago, it is private, is getting demonetized. I'm like, because they even go for your private videos. You know, you can get a strike on a private video. On a video that's not even public. And I'm like, damn. So like you know, so I'm just being very, you know, but yeah, I think it's just like their new system or so. I don't know. Wait, Discord says my mom can sing like that and I can confirm. That she's obnoxiously singing beautifully all the time, or that she sings with the passion of a god. It makes me want to cry. What? I wish. I do sing very loud in my kitchen, but I don't sound that good. So I'll just say this right now. I am obnoxious, but in a bad way. So it is what it is. But with that said, I'm going to try to utilize some old footage from the 1970s of Black leaders talking about integrating into America, conversations around capitalism and collective thought. I found some Democracy Now! Interviews with very prominent Black voices, just to close out our first week of Black History Month. But not only that, it does intertwine into many of the conversations I want to talk about today. So I tried my hardest to find Black voices on either statements about economics or systems, because that's really what I want to talk about today. And I hope you enjoy the ride you're about to go on, because I certainly enjoyed collecting this content for you to watch, and I think it's going to be fun. So it's hard to know where to start, but I think we'll start here, just answering a conversation about ethics, and I think that's a good place to start. It's about veganism, so we'll start there. Let's just start the stream there. So I said, hey, Britt, one point in the stream you mentioned having talks with your partner about what if you become so vegan in 10 years that you are no longer compatible. This made me curious. I tend to think of veganism as a bubble. In your view, what does it mean for you to become a very vegan? Or rather, do you think fives can integrate into bubbles? Or were you not using vegan in reference to the bubble, but instead just the philosophy? I've been at the point where I have deconstructed so many different bubbles. I can't really imagine being in any bubble other than my own, except for short visits. But I'm curious if you have found it possible to be more integrated into different communities. Much love. I told him I'd respond on stream for sure. So obviously we have our own bubble, but I understand what they're saying. So I would, when I say like, oh, my partner and I talk about this, it would be similar and akin to like homophobia. It's an ethics conversation. So from my understanding of philosophical vegans, like deeply philosophical vegans, like no animal consumption under any like circumstance, right? Like, I mean, survival aside, like you can't sneak honey once in a while. You're having a very emotional, like when I interviewed Elle and we did that collab, Elle said it would be like looking in your fridge and seeing like a human leg. Like, I don't have that. So imagine if one day I do have that embodied experience and it becomes very, very like offensive to me. I think it would be akin to like homophobia. Like if my partner in any way exhibited any homophobia, it would destroy the foundation of my understanding of our union. Like it would literally destroy like how I even envision or process this relationship. So what I mean to say is like the reason we talk about veganism as if that could contribute to our future separation is we're talking about a serious deviation in ethics, in morals. And that's why a relationship would most likely end, because you would no longer be the person that I married. You would be a different person with different, it's similar to had this person become religious, but not just in the bubbled sense, in an ethics sense, like in a moral sense. Like I think X is wrong and I think humanity ought to. So it would be a huge change in the marriage. So yeah, I don't know, because everyone's having such a different relationship with the word vegan. Everyone has such a different relationship with it. Like I said, I'd feel kind of like a phony if I said it was vegan, because I don't seem to be having the same, and maybe this is just my autism, but I don't seem to be having the same experience that vegan bubbles are having with veganism. And I don't really feel like fighting the vegan bubble to own the label. So I would rather just say I'm plant-based and call it a fucking day and like cruelty-free or something. But if I was to own as a public figure vegan, then I would be held responsible as a person in power, in quotations, as a person with a platform, to then adhere to some sort of activism in relation to, I'm not there. I'm not that person. And so it feels obvious to me just to say plant-based, which would make vegans ignore me and think like, okay, she's not one of us, would make non-vegans think of it as like a diet. That's fine. Obviously, my intentions around plant-based isn't just diet, it's ethical reasons. But again, I don't feel vegan. I'm not having that experience. So to answer this person's question, that's how I would think about it. And by the way, to expand on what we talked about yesterday in terms of, remember the dating question about Black culture? This is the same kind of concept. A 5 could be a person who integrates Black culture into their dating life, like having something in common. But the difference would be my identity and my life is in this particular sphere, like gay culture. Like I don't live a gay cultured life. Like my partner isn't a part of gay culture. And there are couples that only date within gay culture, but like my partner is not in gay culture. Right. And so there's that part of it. Even if we are gay or trans, it doesn't mean we're in gay culture. And so that's how you would look at it. Like a lot of vegans date and are friends with only vegans, right? So when we have these conversations, the question is, when you say this word, what does it mean to you? And you have to make sure the person you're talking to and doing life with agrees on what you mean by the word. So my partner's very supportive. They agree that ethically and morally and philosophically and diet-wise, that veganism or plant-based seems to be really good and smart and honestly the future. Like even his friends have said like, damn, I can't believe she's plant-based. Man, that's so the way to go. But they haven't done it yet. Because you can know something logically and still not be ready to embody it. I'm just the timing was there for me, but it doesn't mean that. And again, this is why I'm so empathetic to people, because I know like without that timing, you can't be someone different. Even though you should say you should, again, there's this whole conversation to be had. I've even gotten some comments like on my, I don't know if I guess they were talking to me, right? On my podcast channel, I mentioned being plant-based and, I'm obviously advocating for women's rights. And the person was like, this video was great until you talked about not being vegan. Like how the fuck, or who, like, how are you? I'm paraphrasing, like, who are you to care about women's rights when you don't care about non-human animals? Even though I said it was plant-based, right? But because I didn't use the word vegan, now I'm dismissed because they, you know what I'm saying? I get it. Nope. I totally get it. But also, this is why I say, like, this is the personal versus the collective. So we're going to talk a lot about that today. What are you personally experiencing versus what are you doing for the collective? And I think these things are very hard to admit and also just say, like, yeah, I'm not having that experience, which I think is what you should say. If somebody says, like, why aren't you this? It's like sitting in church. Like I had religious experiences in church, what I would call religious experiences, meaning not factually like that, like I didn't talk to God or something, but I felt what I thought was God, right? My sister, as an example, never did. She was always just like, what the fuck are we doing here? But like I was not that kid. I was the kid who's like, oh my God, like Hosanna in the high, you know what I mean? And once I can recreate that feeling in a different venue, I realized, okay, I don't need religion. But that feeling, that's what I'm always looking for when I'm deciding, like, is this what I want to do? Okay, does that kind of make sense? Okay, let's read some comments. Let's see. I know Chad asked me to answer that blab meat question. Oh my God, girls, I'm tired today. Just put up with me today. I got like 4 hours of sleep. And you know what's crazy is as I was sleeping last night, my dreams were prepping for this stream. I'm so annoyed and trying to fight a tsunami, but minus that tsunami, half of my dream was me prepping for this stream. And I was like, girl, you're gonna do this tomorrow. What are you doing? In my dream, I was literally, I was so angry with my brain. I was like, girl, okay. Chad says, I just heard about Upside Foods, and I'm curious what you think about it. From what I understand, it's a company that makes real meat in a lab from animal cells without raising or slaughtering animals. Is that what Mr. Beast was doing? Because I heard Mr. Beast just came out with like his own lab grown meat. Some of the vegan people I follow were talking about it. And what do I think about it? I think it's fine. I will say I'm probably not going to eat lab grown meat. But I not for health reasons, just because I just don't think it's necessary to eat meat. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think it's necessary, but I think if you want to, great. It's ethically made. It's fine. I think people are silly to be afraid of it, in a sense that people are silly of being afraid of anything, honestly. But not really. Like any tech advancement, I'm not afraid of it. But I probably just wouldn't eat it in general. I don't see it necessary for me to go back to meat, even ethically sourced. But I will say, like, necessary is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. You know? Chat, it says Brittany, Discord said Brittany during a tsunami. What am I going to do about stream? Literally, my dreams are so real. My dreams are so real. And like, I'm literally trying to fight this mountain. I'm like climbing up this hill and the tsunami's coming. And then my dream switches and all of a sudden I'm like at a computer and I'm prepping for stream. And I'm like, what is it? And anyways, okay. Because his lab-grown meat is interesting. Where do the original animal cells come from? Animals that are ultimately kept in captivity, life, and slaughtered? I don't know. I don't know. This goes back to like abortion to me, because like all my life pro-lifers were always like, we can't do stem cell research because that comes from aborted babies. And so no stem cell research can ever be done because it requires aborted babies. I don't think that's true. We've proven that's not true. We can do stem cell research without aborted babies. So like same thing with the animals. Like I just feel like under the systems we live under, obviously it feels like that's where you would get your resources, but ultimately, a future that is aiming to harm reduce would find new, different ways to collect cells and produce like ethically sourced. Now, remember, since we live under capitalism, ultimately all of these companies just want money. So they're going to cut corners and there's going to be issues. And sometimes I'll be eating vegan food, literally. Like sometimes I'll be enjoying, I just found the greatest chocolate pudding with whipped cream on top, vegan snack. And every time I eat it, I think, are they fucking tricking me? Is this milk? Is this a milk product? Like sometimes I eat it and I'm like, I know it says vegan, girl, but it's good. And so I'm like, you know, because vegan does taste different than your memory remembers. But then as I eat this one, I'm like, damn, that's good. And then I wonder if they're just like secretly feeding me dairy products and just to make money off me. I don't know, but I'm going to keep buying it because it says vegan and that's, you know. But yeah, when we have these conversations, I think the issue is, well, the world should aim to be less harmful, but can you ever be less harmful under capitalism? Who's to say? Like, that's what we're going to talk about today. Okay, let's have that conversation, right? Let's see. Chat says, I know some people who use plant-based because they feel vegan is embarrassing. Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. It just doesn't matter. Like, to me, this is a very personal experience, and I think that's a part of it. Everything is personal. So, okay, that's what I kind of want to talk about today. So let me pull out my paint really fast. So I'm just gonna, because I'm so tired, I'm gonna do my best here not to, I'm gonna do my best to be soft, okay? So you have you. There you are. Look at you. And then you have the world. These are two different things. Okay? But they have a relationship with each other. And because they have a relationship with each other, there's always going to be conflict. Okay? But there also can be symbiosis. You also can figure out a way to be symbiotic with the world. This, when it comes to money, when it comes to love, when it comes to community, right? Like, we can find a way to be in symbiosis with each other, positive symbiosis. The difference is the harmony has to come from two consenting energies. So you and another person, you and society, we have to consent to agreeing to working together. And right now, we don't have everyone's consent. Right now, not everybody wants to consent to their money being used a particular way. Not everybody wants to consent to going to fight wars for a country they don't believe in. Not everybody wants to consent to the way that the administration is doing what they're doing. And so what we're aiming for is a society that offers us the most amount of consent, right? Now, you can have two reactions to the fact that you exist. In terms of your attitude, okay? I'm going to show you a viral clip that's been going viral. I do not recommend this is the attitude you utilize, okay? This is not who we want to be. Clear? Not who we want to be. Trigger warning. Because this girl is young and honestly, someone should take her phone away. But I get it. I know exactly which bubble she's in, which conservative bubble she's in, okay?
Whites run the world, you already lost. Because if you walk around with the mentality that the whites run the world, you already lost because you live in a constant state of victimhood. And before anyone says it, no, I never woken up a time in my life and thought to myself, how can I appease to the white person? These are just simple, truthful words. You are what you believe. And if you believe that nothing you do will ever amount to the white person, then expect your life to reflect that. What I'm doing is repeating your mindset back to you. And if it makes you uncomfortable, that's a sign.
Okay, so I'm going to say things today that you might hear the way she sounds. Because I'm going to say to you, I also don't pay attention to what white people are doing, but I do pay attention to systems of white supremacy and how they impact people. And that's the difference. She doesn't believe in systems. I always pay attention to systems, but I don't care what white people are doing with their lives, right? These are different things, but they can sound the same to the person listening, so that you might get defensive naturally. Okay, here's her rebuttal to that video going viral. Here's her secondary follow-up. It gets worse. This is bad. Okay?
For you guys. No, I do not care if you were sexually assaulted. The video went viral, so I'm going to repeat it again for you guys. No, I do not care if you were sexually assaulted. No, I do not care if you were raped. No, I do not care if you went through childhood trauma. I don't care if you were bullied. I don't care if you were fat. I don't care if you went through a hard time growing up. You have every responsibility to change your life for yourself. And if 20 years goes down the line and you're still suffering from the consequences of refusing to move forward, that is on nobody but you. That is the truth. And this is coming from someone who went through all of these things. Nothing I say ever comes out of my ass. I want to make that very clear. And the reason why I am so strict with what I do say and what I do advise to you guys is because that is the only way you're ever going to get out. Pity never helped a drowning person. Let me say this. I understand you're going through a difficult time. I understand it is not easy to heal from these things. I understand that more than anything, it is not fair that you had to go through any of these things. But that does not take away the responsibility you have now to change your life around. And if after this video, you still want to continue living in that victim mentality instead of standing up for yourself, that is completely on you.
Okay, to be deeply empathetic in a much older person, I made videos like this when I first came to YouTube, like 18 years ago, because I was a race conservative, right? I was autistic, and I was thinking this was good stuff. Now, on the flip side, there's something intuitively correct she's saying, but it's coming from such a place of bitterness and hurt. She's making the enemy out of the wrong person, which is herself. And then she's projecting it onto us. I understand. I've been there, right? So as today's stream goes on and I talk to you about economic responsibility and, figuring out how to make it work in capitalism, we're saying we understand systems of oppression exist now that I'm progressive, and we understand how that plays a role. And we also understand that individually, we can grow as people and we can work towards a collective. So I understand her frustration and anger. And though I think she's coming from an authentic place, I think she desperately needs some therapy and a lot of patience. And honestly, she'll probably deeply regret these videos in the same way that I deeply regret my past videos. Like, I was hurt. I was going through it. I was traumatized. I was also looking for answers. And I was raised in a bubble where, like, this was one of the answers. And it feels empowering. There's something very empowering about thinking, I'm not a victim. I know I've been hurt, but I can make it through. You kind of fucking need that cope sometimes to get up in the morning when you realize you have been hurt, So then you have to wake up and realize it is better to be angry for the world instead of at it. Right now, she's angry at the world while playing like she's not, but she is. And when you're angry for the world, it's different. So now at this stage of my healing, obviously I'm focused on being angry for the world. So activism versus angry at the world school shooter. And I get it. I get why it feels empowering. And I also understand what bubble she's in. Cause look at this video where I'm like, girly, I get it. But also, man, this is painful.
Have more shame. I'm not gonna lie, fat bitches need to have more shame. Whenever I see a fat person walking down the street, man or woman, so nobody can call me pick me, wearing a very revealing outfit, all I think to myself is where is the shame? I feel has nobody told these people? Do they know it doesn't look good? I don't know. Maybe I'm just a hater. I don't really care.
It's very Jordan Peterson coded. Remember when Jordan Peterson was obsessed with that larger model on the cover? And he was like, sorry, not pretty. My girl is suffering. Now, she just came across my feed, so I don't know who she is, but she's obviously trying to make a name for herself. These are just straight up conservative talking points. This is what the mindset I was raised with. This is the attitude I even had when I was younger. I had to deconstruct my fat phobia, deconstruct my victim complex. I had to deconstruct all of it. You can be a victim and you can have control over your life. You have to do the steps to heal though. And when you don't, you come off like this, right? Okay, so that's the difference. This is unhealed person.
One thing I noticed about the extremist liberals is that they are such big hypocrites, man. Like how they reacted to that situation with Nicki Minaj. Oh my goodness, how they put up a petition to get her deported. Okay, so let me get this straight. Your mantras apply to everybody but those who do not agree with you. That's not really having true empathy, is it? And you'd think they would know that, since they love to throw that word around. Empathy, empathy, just have empathy. Yet when you have an opinion that's slightly different from theirs, get them deported, and then a string of slurs. One thing I know.
I mean, extremist liberals is a funny way to say that. I don't even know who she's referencing. Obviously, if anyone's advocating for Nicki Minaj to be deported, they're either making a joke or they're silly. It's like, yeah, what are you going to do? But I understand like where she's coming from and what she's going through. But I also understand, like, this isn't the answer. Do you see how angry she is? Like, do you see how frustrated she is? Do you see how young and naive she is? Okay, this is when you are unhealed. Okay, one more video, pretty intense, okay?
You cannot make the rent. What am I? Does not matter if your uncle touched you at 6 years old, you cannot make the rent. What am I trying to say? Life does not owe you shit just because you went through shit. And this is coming from someone who's been through a lot of shit. You guys, I've been through foster care. I've came out of homelessness. I've tried to take my life on multiple occasions. Yet, this mentality remains the same, and I'm going to share it with you guys. Does it suck that you had to go through these things? Absolutely, I feel for you. Does it suck that you have to work a little harder than others to get the same as others? Absolutely, I've been the person that sat back and wondered, why me? But at the end of the day, when your landlord comes knocking at your door for your rent, you cannot tell them just because you went through this, you cannot give them that. When your phone line cuts because you haven't taken care of the bill, you cannot call up T-Mobile and tell them that you were bullied all throughout middle school. Are these all exaggerations? Yes, but what I'm trying to say is the victim mentality will do nothing for you. If you sit back and expect life to give you more just because you went through more, you're going to be disappointed very quickly. I will tell you this as a little piece of motivation. A lot of times, in my own experience and what I've seen from others, people who went through more actually do tend to get more out of their life later on. But that is because through the experiences that they went through, they built ambition to better things for themselves. So while this is very true, what also remains equally as true is that if you sit back and do nothing to change things for yourself, the consequences will follow. Do not allow the victim mentality to marinate because the results will not be good for you. Stand up and tell yourself that you're not going to succumb to the terrible events that happened in the past. Does not matter.
So it's very Leo Skepi coded. And I remember when I first found Leo Skepi, I was like, this guy is very traumatized, right? We know that. We know he's deeply traumatized. He's like sitting here questioning whether he's gay now because he's joining the Bible. He's grifting to the right, obviously. I think she is really going through something, and I hope she finds the other side of healing. I really do. But I think what she's intuitively understanding and getting wrong is, yes, the world doesn't care if you were raped. Your rent's due. The other side of it, though, is you should care that you were raped and that you deserve healing, love, and support. Yeah, I don't expect my landlord to give a fuck, but I kind of expect my friends to, and I expect my family to, and I expect my community to. So, yeah, and I expect me to, right? Like for me to care, okay? She's wrong, though. People who have gone through things, they actually don't do much better unless they have the right preventative care in place, unless they have the right tools. That's why cycles of abuse continue. It's why cycles of oppression continue to flourish, because it's really hard to get out of it. It's actually really hard to get ahead. It's really hard to heal. It's really hard. So yeah, survivor bias. Exactly. She has survivor bias. So I don't blame her, but I will say she is the example of unhealed that I think we do need to move away from. And with that said, on the other side of healed, there is a deep understanding that, for me at least, what I learned is that after healing, you do still have to pay your rent. Except now it's not like I'm lecturing other people for not paying theirs. I'm just saying, hey, I don't blame you. So my example is like, I'll give you her example versus my example. If there are two kinds of people, or multiple, you know, when I say how to be a whole human being, you got to know who you are in the story. Let's say you're in the middle of the ocean and the boat is sinking. This is an example, so just breathe. She would say, if you don't survive, you're weak. And I would say, surviving is hard. Good luck. These are two different versions of like understanding that it's like it's coming from a different place of compassion, right? She is giving herself words to help her cope through the fact that it's too much of a burden to carry. And I believe in radically accepting that some people will die on that boat. I don't want it to be me, and I will do my best to try to float my way through the ocean. I've heard about people surviving before. I will try my best to be that person in the story, but I'm also not going to hate myself if I die, because it was going to be really hard to survive anyways. Like, it's really hard to survive in the world. And so as we move this conversation into economics, and money, I want you to understand the difference between those belief systems and how they will change the way you interact with the world. You cannot have a good relationship with money if you do not understand that like rent is due. And there is an honor in paying that rent. That's why you go to work. You go to work to contribute to your life, right? Or you labor to build the world up, or we all have to show up. And so that's the part where I think people are missing sort of like an understanding of not all of life, if you work hard, guarantees you an outcome, but all of life requires some sort of labor. And so we all must labor. And so there's like this, I think, fantasy that comes through where in her bubble, she thinks if you didn't make it, you were like, you're worse than her. Like, she's better than you. But and maybe from a progressive lens, you move out of conservatism and you think, I want to reach a point where we have housing and income and everything's paid for, so I'd never have to labor. No, you do have to labor. You know, we all have to labor. The labor just looks different than maybe what she thinks it looks like, which is like getting up and paying your rent. It's more like getting up and contributing. So there's like this disconnect between the why that I think is really apparent. So let me do this. First, let me give us a refresh because I think it's important. And let's watch this together.
What am I doing with my life? I'm alive! I'm alive!
Sitting in the back seat of my car with my arms around my guitar. And the rain falls from the roof of the world.
Okay, one more.
What happens next?
We come back tomorrow night and do it all again. What's wrong, Teach?
It's just I've been waiting on this day for my entire life. I thought I'd feel different.
I heard this story about a fish. He swims up to this older fish and says, I'm trying to find this thing they call the ocean. The ocean, says the older fish. That's what you're in right now. This, says the young fish, this is water. What I want is the ocean. See you tomorrow.
So as we move into this next topic, keep that in mind. Okay. Somebody and I went back and forth in the comment sections. I want to talk to you about it. They were concerned about this part of my video yesterday. I'm going to do Britney Inception here. Let me pull yesterday's Britney to us. Okay, it is a dumb way to say sexual. Okay, thank you. Has good work ethic, works like I do. Okay, so now they're saying, I want somebody who has a good work ethic and works the same way I do. Okay, that's difficult because I understand. I used to think that way too. I used to think, oh, I need somebody who works like I do, but my partner doesn't work. And I think that's a capitalistic perspective. I also think when people buy into the narrative that we need two incomes to survive, that's also buying into capitalism narratives, because that's not true. I mean, it can be true, but it's not actually true. It's only true if it is true, but it's not true. Like if we move to America, yes, our life would be a little different, but he wouldn't then get a job. You know what I'm saying? Like moving to a place, our lifestyle would just become different. You know, maybe they'd get a job if we had to, but if we live within our means and we live within a frugal lifestyle, then like it doesn't necessitate a job necessarily. And that's how I look at it instead, is like, is our lifestyle the one that can, so again, it's only true if it's true for you, but it's not always true. So when you say, I want a partner who works like me, what does that mean? Love is Blind this last season had a woman on there who had, okay, pause. So go to the comment sections with me. This person says, Brittany, I enjoyed your video, but you really threw me off with two working parents. So I Googled it. And from the Pew Research Center, I got a shocking number of 49% of households today in America have two working parents. Then that's not a small number of people. Even in my own life, I haven't met a single family that didn't have both parents working. And those parents didn't both work by choice. Economic inequalities and economic instability has only gotten worse. It can be true that you need only one income to live off, but I don't know a single family that would honestly tell me they would be economically comfortable if only one parent worked. I said, hey, can you expand on this? I can't remember what I said. A timestamp also works. I can clarify on stream tomorrow, but I'm unsure of what I said because I agree many households are working two jobs. They said, sure, at 6 minutes, which I just showed you. You said to not buy into the narrative that you need two incomes to survive, and then said, it can be true, but it's not true. These are contradictions. The data just shows you are wrong. In America, you need a household to work. You need two households to work. This number has only grown in time. It was 46 in 2015 and has only gotten worse. Okay, are you guys picking up what I'm probably going to say? I said, I'll definitely cover this on stream, smiley face, and explain why I'm right. Laugh. I do this little laugh emojis, but I hear ya. Someone chimed in, I actually agree with both of you. In the US, you typically need two incomes to live comfortably, especially as a household of 2+, and most likely if there are children. However, regardless of income, you need to budget, learn to live off your means. Therefore, as long as you can budget properly and save and grow an emergency fund, it's not impossible to survive comfortably on one income as a couple. However, it's increasingly difficult depending on the number of children, cost of living in your state, and income bracket. Therefore, I agree with the original commenter that the way Brittany discussed the topic doesn't necessarily consider the nuances of the issue, and with Brittany that it mostly depends on one's own spending habits and needs. Hopefully you can expand on stream. They said, hey, what a wonderful response. Okay, two things I want you guys to process. We really have to get away from this whole idea that like we disagree, or I agree with both of you, or you were wrong. Because we didn't disagree. I wasn't wrong. And you can't agree with both of us because we all agree with each other. I didn't say anything different than this person said. But what they heard was you said something different. And I'm trying to explain to you, my video literally said, if this applies to you, it could be true. Which would require you to then do the listening work of processing the option given. The issue with the world is we're not good listeners. And even more than not good listeners, we're not good thinkers. You are not the exception. I am not the exception. Economics wise, if most people are bad with money, you're most people. Okay? You're most people. You do not get to be the exception to not being good with money. Obviously, you're not. Just like I was never good with money, but I used to think I was the exception. No, I'm good with money. I know how to do it. No, you're not. Because none of us are good with money. We're not even taught how to be good with money. America literally never teaches us how to be good with money. But see how people think they're the exception? If I just made more money, I'd be good with money. No, you wouldn't. You would spend it. Most people spend the more they make. Most people do not make. It's not about not making enough money for a lot of people, though it is for a lot of people. Because the part of being good with money is not having kids you can't afford. The part about being good with money is not buying a house you can't afford. The part about being good with money is not buying a car you can't afford. You're not good with money. That's why you need two incomes. You're not good with money. The economy sucks. There's structures in place to make your life worse. You're not good with money. You fall for every Amazon sale that comes on. You're not good with money. right? We're not good with money. We are taught from a small age to buy into consumerism as a way for us to literally be bad with money. The system requires us to be bad with money. It literally requires us to be bad with money. So we can spend all of our money. When they give you those stimulus checks, they want you to put it into the economy. Do you know what I did with mine? I wiped off my debt. When COVID happened and they gave us those checks, people around me spent it. I put it towards my debt. It was the first time in my life I thought, I'm going to wipe my debt out with this. And all my friends were like, oh my God, I'm going to go out. I'm going to spend money. Because that's what they want you to do. They want you to put it back into the economy. Right? Because that's what the stock market relies on. It relies on the economy doing well. So when they do that, when the government says, here's your stimulus check, when Trump says, I'm going to give you $2,000, he doesn't want you to save it or put it towards your debt. He wants you to get into more debt. We're bad with money. Okay? So I'm not disagreeing with this person. I'm saying you're not listening, and you can't listen because what you think I'm saying is something akin to like what this girl is saying. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm not saying what she's saying. I'm saying you are an animal on a floating rock in space. And the system is against you because the collective is suffering. Human beings are bad at living. That's why that scene in Soul is so impactful. He finally got his dream life. And then he said, now what? And she said, now what? The other day, I expressed to my Discord viewers that I'm finally at that stage in my life where I'm no longer surviving and I'm no longer just out of surviving, but I'm running like a good pace, but I'm just adulting now. I make enough income to live paycheck to paycheck, to live within my means, to slowly save and pay off debt or whatever else we have to do. And it will take like 10 years, like it should for most of us, to have a consistent saving process to get to the next step of stability for retirement or for buying a house and then retirement. I'm a late bloomer. I'm a late starter, but it is a long process. I think we forget it's not supposed to happen overnight. My parents didn't buy their first house till 40. So I understand that some of you, your parents bought their house at 25. Mine didn't. So I'm not rushing because I understand that like my parents couldn't afford to buy a house until they were 40, right? Okay, I want to show you this idea because I think this is important. So again, it's very personal and I know this is very hurtful, right? I know this can be very hurtful because everyone feels like they're drowning. And I know you're drowning. The world is a really tough place. The world's going to be a tough place forever. It's always going to be tough. Okay? So first you live on like this shaky ground, right? Actually, maybe I should say no foundation. Okay? You have no foundation. Okay? This is where most people are. Most people are, well, I'm going to say most just to generalize so I can actually make you feel. Yeah, chat says, I mean, money is such a crazy farce. Even Elon is sad posting on Twitter saying whoever said money can't buy happiness couldn't have been more right. Elon is a miserable person. He's the richest man on earth. Okay? So no foundation is where most people are. They have no direction. They're just working, getting by, and barely making it. And in the process, 40% of people are having unplanned pregnancies. Okay? We're not thinking. So you need to lock in. Okay? The lock-in stage is that stage where you go, okay, pause. Let's lock in. What are we aiming for? Okay? This is where I'm at. I'm in the lock-in stage. Okay. And then you have the stability stage. Okay. That's horrible. You can't even read that. You have the stability stage. Okay. Stability stage is, okay, I like reached one of my well, actually, hold on. No. Well, actually, yeah. We're going to call it the stability stage. Okay. I'm making it up on the fly here. Okay, so you have stability. You reached enough financial goals to have a savings and a consistent income. And let's say you have like 3 months of savings in case you lose your job. And then you reach your goal. And your goal should be 6 months of savings for income plus investments. Okay? And then an investment can be a house or it can be the market. Okay? The idea is that most people are here and will die here. If you continue with this idea that it's not worth the investment because the investment is 10 to 20 years to 40 years, and you might die and you might want to live your life and you figure, I might get hit by a bus tomorrow. Why do this? But statistically, you will live to about 70 or 80. So you also want to be prepared, right? So if you sit here and think, well, this is where everyone is always going to be forever, you will stay there. And the same way conservatives think, well, yeah, it's similar to me, like deconstructing money is like deconstructing bigotry. It's like deconstructing therapy. Like, why would a conservative need to go to therapy if everything's kind of working, but it's not working? That's what people sound like to me when they're like, oh, I'm not going to invest in my future. Okay. Or when people say, I can't afford therapy. Well, I couldn't afford therapy either when I did it. But it was life and death. I didn't have the privilege to not put it on a credit card. But now I do. Now I'm in a privileged position where, yes, I will go back to therapy, but it's not life and death anymore. So I can wait. I can put it in the budget. But before, it was life and death. I didn't have the privilege not to go to therapy. It was either go to therapy or blow my brains out. So if you're at a stage in your life where you're like, I just need to go to therapy, go to therapy. If you are literally not getting any further in life, if you are literally in cycles of looping and you can't get ahead, it is literally life and death. Go to therapy. Until I went to therapy, I could not get my money straight. I could not get my romantic life straight. I could not, and it wasn't just therapy alone. It was therapy plus philosophy. So 2 years after therapy, well, a year after therapy, it really hit me. Like, it really solidified and I officially ended my toxic cycles. But you have to know who you are in the story. And I'm saying, I understand some people are going to be here forever. I just don't want to be that person in the story. I don't want to be that person in the story. But some of you will be, and I don't blame you. You're not weak. You're not useless. You're not stupid. You're human. You were born into an unfair world, in an unfair system, filled with billions of people who are fucked up. You're not a bad person because you didn't figure it out. You're just a person. If you would like to face reality for what it is in a very philosophical sense, and you want to attempt to do something different, you can, and I recommend you do if that's what you want. It doesn't guarantee an outcome. I have no guarantee that anything I'm doing will work, but I'm going to fucking try. Because that, to me, is why we march. It's why we vote. It's why we do anything. I don't know if this is going to help, but at least I tried. Okay? And that's the point. Now, just to make it clear to you guys, like, how much of a process this will be, okay? Because I want you to understand that it's really hard, and so I'm deeply empathetic to where everyone is. Okay, let's say the first step, hold on. So the first step would be the no foundation, okay? There's no foundation. Because if you're like me, your parents probably didn't really sit down with you and teach you much about money. Because your parents probably didn't know that much about money. Mine certainly didn't, right? Okay, so I had no financial foundation. And then I was like, fuck this. I'm locking in. I'm breaking this generational fucking curse. Okay? I'm fucking over it. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm locking in. Okay? And then it goes, okay, well, now I found stability to get me to my goal. And then, to be fair, the ultimate goal is to maintain. So you maintain. Okay? So this process here, this is a years-long process. No foundation lasted, economically, like money-wise, it depends on, okay, this is really funny. This really depends on how you look at it. There was 2 stages for my relationship with money. My first relationship with money shifted between 29 and 30. And 31, I would say 30 and a half and like 31, where I decided, okay, no plan B, content creation. That was 6 years ago, and I locked the fuck in. So like around 30 to 31, I said, fuck every other job. Let's be real. This is my job. This is obviously the love of my life. This is going to be my career. Every blood, sweat, and tears going into this job. It's like, this is my university. This is my master's degree. Fuck everything else. And so that took 30 years, let's say. That took 30 years. No foundation. I lived my life. I lived my life with no financial foundation for 30 years. Even though I was working multiple jobs, even though I was socializing and traveling and doing all these things, I was in debt all of that time. Okay? Then I locked in, and I really truly locked in actually probably when I got married, because when I was single, even though I was making a lot of money and stuff, I wasn't really locking in. I wasn't like truly budgeting. So when I got married, because it got serious then, we're like, okay, we're locking the fuck in. Let's say I started that at 33. Well, actually, let's even say we started it at 34 2 years ago. That's more realistic. Hell, you could even say 35, honestly, but we'll say 34 for the fuck of it. Okay, 34, I really locked in. So, okay, 4 years. That took 4 years between me having the realization to me implementing the realization. 4 years. Okay, now I'm 34 years in to starting a process. I should have really started at 19, but here I am, okay? Then, okay, stability, this here, stability, we won't reach until I am, how old am I now? 36? 39. If we follow our budget to a fucking T, we'll reach it when I'm 39. Stability. Okay? And then by 41, we're going to get to our goal. And then by 45, our next goal is to buy a house. Are you getting it? I'm 36. I'm going to sneeze. Ooh. I'm in a 9-year process that truly together will be 15. For the next 9 years, okay? Right? Nothing about being an adult, nothing about saving or being financially stable is fun, except hitting those goals. It's boring. It's not flashy. There's no fucking Bugatti. And I'm not a YouTuber who's going around flashing how much money she has, because I don't have that much money. Right? And that's the point. The point is that I make a basic income and we live within that income. And, you know, the other day, my partner's monitor finally broke. It like died on him. And he told his friend, like, I need a new monitor. And his friend was like, I think you're the only person I know who waits till things break. My partner, you know, has an iPhone. We haven't bought a new iPhone in years. I have my phone I've had for like 6 years. We don't buy them. Guys, that's like a $2,000 debt increase every year if you buy the new phone. But there are people who are doing it. Do you know what I mean? There are people who are doing it. And I'm saying, I don't want to be one of those people. I don't want to be one of those people, you know? And I say this as a girly who bought like 3 brand new cars I could not afford. Okay? I stopped being that person when I realized it feels more exciting to save money than it does to spend it. But I also had to go to therapy because I was spending so much of my money as like almost like a drug. When I did therapy for BPD, she's like, do you have a lot of promiscuous sex? And I said, no. She's like, do you have a lot of problems with drugs? And I said, no. She's like, do you spend your money responsibly? I was like, no. No. She was like, oh, okay. A lot of people with BPD, they have impulse issues around like dopamine hits. And what's yours? I was like, spending my money. She goes, how much do you work? She goes, you work? And I was like, I work a lot. And then I spend every penny I get. And she goes, oh, that's so interesting. A lot of BPD people really struggle to work. And I was like, yeah, but if I don't work, how do I buy stuff? And she goes, oh, yeah. And that was me. Like, I was working my ass off to spend every fucking penny while I was busy dreaming about buying houses. Who goes to Zillow and looks at houses they absolutely cannot afford? Okay? Me. And I used to do that in my 20s. I was such a dreamer. I was just such a dreamer, bro. And then I realized, like, okay, I gotta like lock in. Now, obviously, a part of this is having the humility to know that I'm not gonna be one of those people who has like a boat or a yacht or a fancy car. And yeah, sure, if I had more money, would I buy these things? Sure. Like, you know that saying, you're not ugly, you're just poor? I feel you. Like, I feel you that money can buy so many things. I agree with you. But I also refuse to engage in capitalism enough to make that much money because I think it's unethical. So I gave up on the dream. I gave up on the dream of being rich when I realized I wasn't willing to do it from a moral perspective. So I settle like I do on this, you see it every day. I settle. I don't pick fights with YouTubers. I don't go after people. I say what I say, but you know how much money I could have made during so many eras of my issues with YouTubers. I could have dragged it on forever. We could have gone back and forth. I could have made, like, guys, I'm not even exaggerating. I could have made like $300,000 going back and forth with YouTubers, and I didn't do it. And it was worth it, but I need you to know that's why I will never be rich. And so I never think about it. Now I think, okay, how do we make money living in a budget, like a minimal income? Now, a lot of people will say, you know, people have to work 2 incomes to live. Now, this is interesting because, again, I know this is true. I also know people are bad with money. So 2 things are true. I also know people feel very pressured to spend money on things to keep up with their neighbors. I know we are peer pressured kind of creatures. So I also know when I go to the US Census, and it says median household income, so not individual income, household income, meaning everybody in the house is making money, was $83,000. I think, damn, I would love to make $83,000. But if I had made $83,000 at a time when I was bad with money, it wouldn't have mattered. If I made $83,000 a year now, holy shit, I'd be so good with that money because I know what I'm doing now. It's not just about making more. You also have to know what to do with the money. And that's what I am admitting about myself. I have been bad with money all of my life until recently. And once I got better with money, yeah, it became easier. But it is a discipline. It is saying we're going to stick to our food budget. It is saying, yeah, we don't go out to eat. We rarely go out to eat. And when we do, it's €30 for the both of us. We have it budgeted in. We go every 3 months or so. We get a burger. We don't have the money right now. In 3 years, we'll have the money. And yeah, like that might be too much for people. And I get it. And I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you. I think it's really fucking hard to be a person. You know what I mean? I think it's really fucking hard to be a person. So I don't want you to feel bad for it. I just want you to know that it's possible. It's just not possible in the way that you think. Because I didn't get it until I got it. Now, let me explain this. Because chat says, what's the finance channel Britt has mentioned? Okay, it's Ramit's channel. I will teach you to be rich, which I'm not a fan of that title. But one thing I learned about Ramit, and I love his interviews with couples, is these couples will be making $180,000 a year, $250,000 a year, $400,000 a year, and they are not good with money. And I'm like, okay, so it doesn't matter how much I make. It matters how much I make when you're making $20K a year. But if you're making $60K or above, at that point, yes, it matters, but it more matters. Like, do you know what to do with the money? Do you know what to do with any of it? Okay. So I do like this channel, but listen, even when I watch the conservative people do their call-in shows, even they don't know what they're doing with their money. It's amazing to me what people will spend money on. And I'm like, bro, listening to people go, oh, I put our life savings, $250,000 into crypto. I'm like, oh my God, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Now, from a non-judgmental perspective, I know why you did that. You thought it made sense. And I'm saying, okay, how do I not be that person in the story? Okay, like, how do I not do that thing? Because what I'm realizing is I'm not the exception. I don't get to be the exception until I am. And if I keep spending money like everybody else, then I'm certainly not the exception. Now, again, the goal is not to be rich. The goal is to be stable. I've always really admired those like school teachers who somehow managed to really have like a really stable income all of their career and then somehow retired on a pension, right? And that's what it is. Like, that's what I'm aiming for, is like, how do we live humble on an income that at the lowest, we go for the lowest. So like, let's say I have a high year on YouTube in the 6 years, but I go for the average and I kind of live just below it. And that's how we've decided to do our money. So let me just like use this YouTuber as an example of like math. It's all math, right?
Living off of less than
Sorry, TikToker.
50% of my I've been living off of less than 50% of my income for the last 5 years. And that did not start overnight. It actually started with me making a budget. That way I could control my money and put 60%.
Let me just tell you this. Ramit will tell you, like, fuck the budget. Because obviously you have it and it's not working. Which I also would like to say, when I was younger, all my journals are full of all these budgets. Yeah, the budget doesn't matter if you're not sticking to it, girl. So fuck the budget and just ask yourself, are you ready? Are you actually ready? Because it's okay if you're not. I wasn't ready for 30 years of my life, right? And I wasn't really ready for 34 years of my life. So again, make your budget and have fun, but budgeting is dreaming if you're not implementing it. You don't want to be a dreamer, which is where Meat calls it, but it's just a universal idea. You know what a dreamer is, okay? You don't want to be a dreamer.
Of my money towards bills, put 20% towards savings, and then that last 20% towards just enjoying my money. Now, let's say that you make $60,000 per year, and after paying taxes, $4,000 hits your bank account every single month. That would mean that all of your bills, that means your utility.
Okay, first let's start there. Who do you understand you cannot save your way out of poverty? This is why I'm deeply empathetic. I've never lived in poverty though. I've had negative $0 in my account, but I've never lived in poverty. These are different lives. I've never lived in poverty. I've always made at least 15K to 20K to 40K to 60K to 100K, depending on where I was in my life, but I had resources. When I was making 15K, I either had a trailer to live in or I had a couch to sleep on. When I was making 22K, I had a roommate or I had somebody's couch to sleep on. When I was making 40K, I had a roommate. When I was making 50K, I lived on my own in a low-income building. When I was making 60K, you know, all of these things, I had community in some aspect. So I've never lived in poverty, like real poverty. Okay. So that's something you have to pay attention to, but you can't save your way out of it. You do have to make more money. So you have to make at least a threshold, I feel, of like 50 to 60 to 70 to 80, depending on where you live in the world. And that's the focus. So it really depends on where you live in the world, right? But that you can't, I couldn't imagine stabilizing my life on 45K a year. That'd be really difficult. Like, I don't even understand how people are doing it, and I don't think they are. So unless you live in a country where that makes more sense, which could be possible. But in the United States, I don't even know how that's plausible. So you do have to make more money. So, okay, remember that.
Your groceries, your housing, your insurance, all of your bills, just your bills, would have to come out to less than $2,400 per month. Now, the thing that's going to really mess up this plan is if you have a bunch of debt. And so if you have debt, you need to be taking that 20% of savings investments and putting it all at your debt. But the key is none of this 20% is going to count towards the minimum payment that you're going to be making. You're going to make the minimum payment that's going to count towards your bills. And then this extra 20%, you're just going to use to pay it down faster. Now, the other thing that's going to destroy this $2,400 a month is housing, which is why I always recommend to try to keep your housing costs below 30%, which means you'll probably need to get roommates and you'll probably need to move to a cheaper part of town if you're above that 30%.
Now, Chad says, also, even if you did, I bet the worst case scenario, you could ask a friend or ask your parents or brothers or sisters. Imagine if there was nobody to help. Right. So like, okay, that's why I say your position is different. I do have people I can ask for help with, but I would have to pay them back. Right. So like I can ask for help and I've had help over the years, but nobody does anything alone. It takes a village, but every villager still has to show up. You still have to pay people back or show up or be helpful. We'll get into that in a second. That is a form of privilege when you have somebody to lean on, but also it's not permanent. It's supposed to be temporary. So you still have to get yourself up again. Now, every family structure is different. You might have a family structure in which you get along with your parents really well, so you live at home. Let me tell you just personally, all my parents let my siblings have the option of living at home and either paying rent or working around the house to pay for rent. I always worked around the house. I never paid my parents' rent. I always did chores instead. My brother didn't want to do chores after work, so he paid my parents' rent. And he didn't manage to get anywhere more successful, even though he was paying like $600 to the $2,000 a month he would have been paying in the real world. And he didn't do anything with it. Didn't get himself to a higher bracket, didn't save enough, didn't do anything. And I'm like, what are you doing? Versus my sister, she got herself ahead. See, my sister utilized that advantage. I utilized that advantage, and we were both like locked in. My brothers, some of them did better than others, but there were some that just like didn't do it. And the point is like, you can either be that guy or you can be us. But you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like everyone's but like it's not just enough that your parents help you. You also have to utilize that time. You also have to save your money, right? I think my brother's brain just went, oh, my rent's so low, I can afford to eat out every day. Instead of my rent's so low, I should save all this money.
Here's the thing. If you can get to the point where all of your bills are contained within that 60%, that $2,400 a month, this is where the magic starts to happen. And let's say 2 years go by, and instead of making $60,000, you're actually making now $70,000. And after taxes, you're bringing home $4,600 per month. If you stuck with that 60%, you'd end up spending.
Just for the record, like, even though I bring in money because I have a business and stuff, we do have to we have expenses that are different than our personal income. It's not much, but it's something. It's pretty significant, but it's not that significant. But I don't know how much we, in the numbers exactly, not to be too detailed about it, but in general, we don't live off that much. That's more than we live off of, for the record. I look at that income and I think yeah, if I was after taxes living off that much, holy fuck. But that is not my life. So he's already talking about a budget that's higher than my budget as an example.
$2,760 per month on your bills. Instead, what I did and what you should do is try to keep it, in this example, to $2,500 per month. That'll mean that instead of spending 60% on bills, in this case, you'd be spending 55%. And let's say a few years later, now you're making $85,000. And every month you're taking home $5,500. Now you'll bump that $2,500 a month to $2,750 per month. And instead of paying 55%, you'll be spending 50%. And that'll help you eventually get to the point where you're spending 40% on your bills and you're able to save and invest 30% and enjoy 30%.
The idea is that it's math based off of what you want. But it is math. You know what I mean? And so that's really kind of the point of it. And the issue is you have to know where you are in order for it to make sense. And I find it's very helpful to realize how people talk about money and how they process money. And I also admit to myself that I've always been bad with money, because I think if you get into your head, you're good with money, it's just the economy is hard. You're not being completely transparently honest. And I think that that's where I want everyone to be. First, be honest with whether or not you're actually good with money. And then talk about systematic issues, because you are living in capitalism and it's really hard and it's so tempting and everything around you is spend. Also, I think, and this is a part of, okay, let me show you some TikToks actually, and we'll get into it. Watch this.
Having to feel like your peace is worth compromising for financial stability is a really fucked up place to be. Because if I lived in this 1-bedroom apartment with another person, I would be saving $1,000 a month.
Okay, would she though? You have to be really honest with yourself. If you had a roommate, would you actually be saving that money, or would you be spending it? This is really I don't know the answer, of course. You have to be really honest with yourself, though. You have to be so aggressively honest with yourself. If you had a roommate, would you really save it? Or would you spend it on something else? That's only you can answer that.
Even if I moved into a 2-bedroom apartment with another person, I would still be saving $800 a month, right? So being expected to do life alone on one income in this economy is it makes me unwell. It makes me very, and then on top of it, not having any kids so you can claim back some kind of tax break is also some fuckery. What's the solution? I don't know. I think going on TikTok rants is helpful for people to feel validated, seen, and heard, and also less alone, because this struggle is very, very real. And oftentimes people assume that your life is just super fabulous, which it is, but it doesn't make it easy, because I'm still doing everything financially by myself, along with the mental, physical, and all the other things that go into living life as an adult. I'm still adulting in a capitalistic hellscape nightmare. Because tax the rich, fuck the rich, eat the rich, and in the meantime, join the community of single and child.
So, You know, the thing about Carrie Bradshaw is we never watched her clean her house. To be fair, she didn't use the kitchen for anything. And we never really were honest about the fact that she couldn't afford it. You know, Chelsea Fagan has this series where she reviews all the Sex and the City girls and whether or not they can even afford the places they lived. Carrie absolutely did not make enough money to pay for that apartment she had in New York, but neither did anybody else on TV, which is why we have such an unrealistic expectation of what our life should look like. Because we keep thinking our life is like a television show. I certainly did growing up, even though that doesn't make any sense, right? We just kept thinking, we'll work more, we'll make more. Something Ramit finds in his clients or customers that tend to be from poverty backgrounds or from poor backgrounds is they just say, oh, I'll just work more. That was my mindset. A lot of my life is like, oh, I'll just work more. Now, YouTube is a little different because literally it is related to you working more. So there's something a little bit different there where it feels really bad when you don't make enough money because it means you didn't show up or make a video and then it sucks when you put 50 hours into a video for it to make $100, which happened on my podcast 2 weeks ago. And that's also the job I have. That's also the work I went into. So I look at YouTube the way I look at anybody else's job in the market. No job is guaranteed. Every job is a hustle. I could get fired tomorrow, right? Like Chad is saying the job market is so bad right now. It is bad right now. Right? I don't think YouTube is the exception of that unless you are a rich YouTuber, okay? Unless you are actually a wealthy YouTuber, most of us are, you know, putting 80 hours a week into something that, you know, and, you know, my partner and I talked about this the other day. Depending on where you are, someone can work as much as I am working and make quadruple the same amount I'm making or could make significantly less. It just depends on the market you're in. So it's not even the hours you put into your job. It's just the job you have. So instead of thinking, I should be making more money, I just keep thinking, hey, at least I make this much. How do I figure it out? Like, how do I figure it out? What am I going to do with it? I also am not above working any job, so I do not care. I do not care what I have to do. Is it minimum wage? I don't give a fuck. I'll work it. I've worked so many jobs. I remember I walked into this grocery store once and I was like, I need a job. He's like, I lost your application. I was like, here it is again. He goes, I lost it the second time. I go, okay, well, here it is again. He goes, I lost it a third time. I was like, give me a job. And he's like, the only job I have is in the deli and it's a really shitty job. I was like, give it to me. And he was like, you don't want this job, dude. I was like, I want the job. Give me the fucking job. And he gave me the job. And I started to feel like I had some shit that was mine. Like I started to work 6 days a week. I worked 2 jobs. I was making $500 on AdSense a month on YouTube. And then I was working 6 days a week at the grocery store. And I started to actually feel like I was doing something. I started to afford like going to get my hair done, which was like a big deal. I got a haircut. Woo. But what I think I understand I understand what he did would have turned away a bunch of people. But I grew up, you know, with this idea that like, I'll just do it. I'll just do it. And I think it was like $7 an hour or something, $7.50 maybe an hour. Obviously, by the way, it was criminal. The idea that adult human beings work in a market that pays you $8 an hour is absolutely fucking criminal. Like America is so fucking criminal. I absolutely hate it here. But let me just tell you, and I don't even live in America right now, but that is so fucking criminal that anybody is going to work in working that much. But also, if you think about it, some days it feels like I'm doing that because I just worked 50 hours on a podcast that made $100. But then you could say, like, get a different job. But obviously, over time, the amount of money I make, when it all comes down to it, I could be making anywhere from, it's obviously above minimum wage is what I'm trying to say. So like, you can be an artist. As an example, I always think if you want to be a content creator, you can be. I just think it's like it's a very hard job as much as any other job. If you want to be a teacher, I think you can be. I just think you have to be willing to think about, is this the life I want? Am I willing to do this? Am I willing to go to bed knowing that like I'm not making as much as I could be making if I did a different job? Like my brothers are all in like CNC machining, like, you know, engineering adjacent fields. And one of my brothers makes really good money and they're a single income home with 5 kids, farm brother. He makes really good money. Okay. Way beyond 6 figures. Like he makes really good money and he's a high school graduate and he works a job that he's like, I'll teach you how to do this job. Do you want to learn? He is offered to teach every single sibling how to make money doing what he's doing, but none of us care. None of us have a passion for it. None of us have a brain for it the way he does. And he thinks that's crazy. He's like, guys, I could literally I could get you a job. Like you could make stable income. And we're all just like, yeah, but I don't get it. Like I don't understand his job. To be fair, he tried to do YouTube one time and he's like, oh, I don't get it. Nope, I'm out. And that's what I want you to understand. Like, that's what I want you to see for yourself. Just because it makes a lot of money doesn't mean it's for you. You know what I'm saying? Just because I make money on YouTube doesn't mean it's for you. I've had like 3 or 4 of my siblings try to be YouTubers, like on different channels secretly. All of them gave up. Because they're just like, holy fuck, I'm not doing this. And I laugh about it every time because I'm like, yeah. So like speak to your calling first and foremost, and then understand that it's hard. So again, you as the individual working within the world, and then not understanding the system exists, and it's really fucked. It's really a fucked system. Okay, I found these YouTubers recently. Levi and Leah. I don't know if you guys know who they are. I just found them, and I've been kind of enjoying their videos, but I don't know much about them. And they made this video saying an honest conversation about money in your 30s. And I just want you to listen to some of this because I think it is interesting.
I think that this is a very common experience.
First, I just want to say, I can't remember if he said it already, if he's about to say it, but he basically, there are 2 incomes, but he burnt out on being as consistent with YouTube as he wanted to be because he couldn't keep up the workload. She's a teacher, so they do have a combined income, but they settled for an expectation of what the income will be instead of trying to reach for more. So I think that's important.
For people who are in our position right now, because it's a dual income world. We live in a dual income world. You have to have dual income to maintain.
Okay, I don't believe in this language. You have to have dual income. What do you think single people are doing everywhere? Single people do live on their own. It's not a lot, but we do, and we exist. Like, if, again, like, I don't like this narrative of like, we live in, you have to have. No, you don't. And if you do, then it reflects your lifestyle. Again, one of the reasons my partner and I chose not to have children was we made a list, one of those lists where we could not financially support it. We are not entitled to children because we want them. To be fair, we don't really want to be parents, but okay. I don't think people are doing that. I don't think humans are doing that. I think this is the next part of our evolution. And there's a reason why really wealthy families often don't have very many kids. Because they're expensive. Okay? They're expensive. You would think poor people wouldn't have kids because they're expensive, but poor people are fucked by the system to not have the educational background to know why we're not having that many kids. And then plus, a lot of people who are poor also believe in God because that's a part of their resilience. So it goes hand in hand. Right? You have to deconstruct all of these beliefs that you have that your journey as a person exists to have babies. Look at this Trump administration trying to pay you to have babies. You're not incubators. Okay? So remember.
Maintain. And we've gradually had to accept that our income is going to be half of what it could be.
Yeah.
And that looks like $75,000 to $85,000 a year.
That's pretty good money. 75 to 85? Let's go.
Year, pretty well, on average.
Well, and that's...
yes, and the system also wants to exploit poor people. Exactly. And the system wants you to be poor so it can exploit you. 100%. They don't give a fuck about you. So that's why I'm saying, like, hello. And that's why I say being a generational curse breaker, being a generational trauma breaker is so hard because most people stay within a 200-mile radius of where they're born. Most people don't move out. So when the economy gets gentrified or your neighborhood gets gentrified and you can't live in the same neighborhood you grew up in and you have to move out or live with your parents, it's like, where the fuck do I go though? Right? On top of that, you have a world that doesn't even start you off in high school with any understanding of the economy or money, which is why I say you cannot in one part of your breath say it's simply the system and also say I'm good with money when we're not even raised to be good with money. It is both things. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. So we have to understand that, like, okay, like my parents do this thing where they're like, why are my kids all millionaires? I'm sorry you fell for some immigrant dream from America. We're not going to be millionaires. We're going to be net worth millionaires at most in our 70s. Sit down. But they bought into a dream where they're like, why aren't you millionaires? Why aren't you a millionaire? They're like, well, because our kids are supposed to be millionaires. Okay, well, you could be the millionaire. Okay.
I think for us, that's also like a lifestyle choice, right? Because
Exactly.
I think what was really insane about that first year is that we tried to maintain that same output and bring in that same amount of money.
Yep.
But our life had fundamentally changed. I think a lot of young parents go through that where it's like, oh, like I'm a new parent. Who am I? What's my identity? If I go back to work, That's who I am. That's what I know what to
Get
do.
back to that number.
Yeah.
Like
and
Mike had $200,000 sitting in his head. He was like, okay, how do I get back to that number?
you could have like a banging year. You making
Yeah.
like 100,000, you make 150. That's great, but it's not 200,000. That perspective is just going to throw you right off.
And I think that is like a shift that we are trying to understand right now. Like
Yeah.
it is very hard for me as a man in this world, the way that we've socialized us. It's hard for me to feel like a big part of what my role is the provider, you know, as stupid as that sounds. Like I have been, and that has been my role. And to feel like I'm sacrificing earning potential is just hard. It's just hard to feel like, is that not my job, kind of, you know? Like you're
Yeah.
mostly with the kids, so like my job should be mostly to like make money. But and I know that intellectually our choice has been, as you may have seen from our parenting video, our choice is to earn less money so that we can spend more time with our kid.
Yeah.
And it is very hard for me as a self-employed person to not just work harder. Because as a self-employed person, your money is directly equated to how many hours you work.
Yeah.
It's not like going in and working for the government or something.
You can't ditz around answering emails for a few hours.
No.
Whatever.
The more I work, the more videos I put out, the more money I make. That is how it works. And not getting caught up in that hustle is like, I'd say every week. Every week I have a new idea for a project that could make us more money. And every single week I have to be like, we're going to be fine. We're going to be okay. Like the money is not, we're ebbing right now.
We ain't flowing.
We ain't not flowing, but it's okay for a little while. And I have to have confidence that at some point when it calls for it, we will just earn more when we need to earn more, which is just an insane, like it's just a very hard thing to wrap my head around.
And I think it's interesting. I think as a woman and as his mother, like I get to have a different relationship with money. I mean, no matter what I do, I'm not doing enough as a woman anyway.
No,
Like,
that's right. No,
exactly.
yeah, yeah.
No.
And I tell you that every day.
Exactly. No, I should be working full time. If I was truly, again, like a feminist and I cared about my career, that's what I should be doing.
That's right.
Or I should be at home all the time with my child.
If you're a trad wife.
If I'm a trad wife, because that's my fundamental role, is I'm reduced to my reproductive capacity.
And if you're the best woman, you do both.
I do both.
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't know how. Maybe a trad wife
Trad wife influencer.
Because I definitely she's the one bringing in money. Like
Yeah.
absolutely.
You
Anyway,
should monetize Leah's trad wifiness.
yeah.
This is what I'm getting from this.
Yeah, exactly. But it's so interesting because I work part-time. Part-time's not even really, I work 2 mornings a week.
Well, no, and then there's
Yeah.
administrative stuff that goes along with it. I think 2 days
Yeah.
a week is a very fair estimation.
Yeah.
For sure.
But it took me a while. When we first moved into this house, I didn't.
So you're already getting a vibe that they're aware, they're more progressive minded or liberal. They're well aware. I'm gonna forward it to their generational wealth conversation because they're very aware that they're white. They're very aware of their privilege. They're very aware that their parents helped them. They're very aware that they had a lot of. So I don't know if they're liberal or very progressive, but they do the signaling. They're fuck ICE, fuck the president, fuck this administration. They're on that side of YouTube. So it's been interesting, processing everyone's relationship with things. So first you have to acknowledge where you come from and what cards you were given. Then you have to acknowledge what messages you embedded into your brain as the way to be. Then you have to, if I was raised in a different family, I wouldn't have worried about getting rich quick all of my 20s. That's what I kept waiting for, a video to go viral, something to happen. And then when multiple of my videos hit 1 million views and nothing happened from it, I was like, what's going on? I wasn't the exception. There are some people who get 1 million views overnight, get 250,000 views overnight, and boom, their career is set. They're making $100,000, $200,000, $500,000 every year, easy. $350,000 a year, every year, easy. That was never for me. Time and time again, the universe was like, you're not the one. And I was like, okay, so I'm going to be the kind of creator that when I get 1 million views, I don't go viral. I don't stabilize. I've never even hit 100,000 views on this channel. Even though this channel has gotten millions of views over the years, it didn't amount to anything. It amounted to this, a middle-class living in which I live within my means in a very humble and frugal way. Okay, I'll take it. As somebody who worked 2 jobs her whole life and hopes to make this her full-time job, I'll take it. Because if I kept waiting for this job to turn into $1 million trillion, I would have been waiting forever. And I never would have put my whole heart into it and I never would have made it happen. So So for me, it's like, okay, I'm going to turn this into something. And what I'm turning it into is a relationship with responsibility. I remember Asmongold one time said, because he makes a ridiculous amount of money, he said, if you're making like 70K off of streaming, like you might as well give up. And I was like, no, that's a great amount of money. How wonderful. You know, keep it, pay your tax. Remember, if you're an independent contractor, you're getting paid tax, you're taxed more, you pay extra fees. So keep 30% of your tax aside. If you make 70K as a 1099 worker, you need to put 30% of your aside for tax, right? 30% aside for tax. Okay. You have to think about these things. There are more costs to things. You have to think about all that stuff. But the fact is that like, I wouldn't tell you that. I would say, sounds good. That's like a teacher's salary. Keep it. It just doesn't come with a pension. And you're not paying into the Social Security. You're not paying into retirement. So you have to invest. You have to figure out how to do this. And so when I think about my life and I think about what I'm doing in relation to money, I know so much of it is mental health, psychology, my background, unlearning behaviors, like recontextualizing what is success, you know? And that's the part that I think people are missing from these conversations. And I don't blame you, but when you start off with your brain saying, "Oh, I need 2 incomes." I think it's almost privileged to think you need 2 incomes. What does that even mean? What are single people supposed to do? I live my life like I'm single. That's how I think about money. Because if I die, my partner's single. If he dies, I'm single. So we don't live our life like we rely on a second income. We're just thinking, okay, what if it's just us? And that's kind of like why I'm confused, I think, that people are always like, you need 2 incomes. Who has the privilege of 2 incomes? And now you might be saying, well, you have a secondary person in the house. Why don't you have 2 incomes? Because we did the math and we found it would be more cost effective for him not to work. And that might be crazy in a capitalistic bubble. And this was my original point to that message I put out. The trick of capitalism is convincing you need 2 incomes. Because that's how they convince you need 2 incomes to buy this new thing. You need 2 incomes so you could afford this thing. Guys, no one should be paying $5K a month for childcare. Now you might say, but Brittany, I have kids, so I have to. If you do not have kids right now, you do not need children. You do not need a vacation. You don't need these things. If you want these things, then I recommend you start preparing for that reality, which is great and valuable and beautiful. Right? Like, but do you understand what this means? Like, do you understand like what that means, the need versus the want? I don't know if people do, because I know how much you feel like but I want it. I know you want it. I want a lot of things too. But do I want it at the expense of starting that kid's life on hard mode? And do I want it at the expense of our life being harder than it needs to be just because I want it? This is an ethical discussion about bringing people into the universe that didn't choose to be here in a harder situation than necessary because you wanted it. I'm not saying not to do it. I'm saying think about it before you do. Because a lot of our parents didn't. My parents had 10 kids, bro. 10 fucking kids. And they never stopped to think, hey, are we ready to bring 10 kids into the universe? Can we spend all of that time with 10 kids? Do we have enough resources that 2 parents can give each child individual care that they need? No, they didn't think about that. And I'm saying the consequence of not thinking about that was 10 kids who need a lot of fucking therapy. Who, yes, a lot of us are successful in our own way, and a lot of us are pretty stable, but we all need a lot of fucking therapy. And I'm saying, why? Why was this necessary? Because you wanted it. Now, again, can you have 10 kids and it work out? That's a whole other conversation. Even if you were a gajillionaire, Elon Musk, is that necessary? How do you tuck all those kids into bed? You know, how do you do that? So again, it's not just about your desire to want kids. You know, it's like that therapist said to, what's his name? Nick, what's his name? Nickelodeon, what's his name? Mariah's ex. She said, you bring children into broken homes. Oh, I think she said that to Cam Newton, actually. Was it Cam Newton or was it Nick? I don't remember. But she said to one of them, because they're both the same. She goes, you bring children into broken homes. Yeah, Nick Cannon. I can't remember if it was Nick Cannon or Cam Newton, but she said that's what you're doing. You're bringing children into broken homes. And then these men feel entitled to doing it because they want to procreate and spread their seed around. And I'm saying, I don't think that's ethical. I don't think that's good. But I can see why they want kids. But I just don't think it's good. Okay, yeah, she said it to Cam. Okay, she said it to Cam. Yeah, you guys know. And even her, I've seen her make videos. She lives in a very patriarchal bubble. I like her, but she also kind of sucks because she's like, I need to date a man who makes as much as me, because no man that I would want to date to be the provider could marry me if they don't make as much as me. And I'm like, all these patriarchal bubbles are killing us. Okay? Like, these patriarchal frameworks are killing us. And even her, who's so smart and has all of this great wisdom, still falls for patriarchy. I think she's religious, maybe. Maybe that's why. Okay, let's move on to this segment, because I think it's important. And just check this out.
I wanted to get to this earlier because I think it's oppressed. We should give you context for where we're at, because I think like conversations around money are so.
And by the way, that's the therapist who said that. She is saying something about money when she says that. And she's saying something about psychology when she says that. The men I'm interested in would be better if they made more money than me, so they wouldn't have to feel bad about themselves for making less than me. She's saying, that's why I say money is psychology. Like, money is mental health. Money isn't just a matter of making more. That's why making enough money doesn't make you the happiest, most joyful person in the universe. Look at all these rich, miserable people. If they were so happy, why do they need a pedophile island? With all the money in the world, all of the things you could do with your life, and you make a pedophile island? Everybody, every spiritual fucking guru who became famous, Deepak Chopra and all these people, all in the Epstein files. That's why I'm saying, be very careful about this desire to think all I need is money. You obviously need morals as well.
So emotional, and they're so stressful for so many people, because context is everything. You can please don't take this as financial advice, but if you took this as financial advice and you weren't in our exact situation, you're not going to have the same outcome, because there's so many millions of little details.
Exactly. I agree with this, and I want you to hear this when I say anything on my channel. I do not know your personal experience. Like, I can listen to conservatives talk about money, faith, and relationships and take what applies to me and throw out the rest. I implore you to gain this skill. I implore you to be able to sit in a church and garner wisdom from the scripture and throw the rest away. I implore you to be able to watch any person from any walk of life and learn something from it and throw out what doesn't apply. Because if you watch my content and you can do that, it will make your life so much better than doing this thing where it's like, well, what Brittany says doesn't apply to me, so it must be wrong. Or it might not apply to you. Okay? And it could be wrong, to be fair. But
that will always influence the reality that you see before you. And so I wanted to give what I'm calling a privilege inventory for Leah and I. I think this is like the CV that people should have to present to you when they say any kind of random number associated with their income.
Or they're trying to give you any sort of advice.
Right, exactly.
It's like, oh my Lord.
Where did this person come from? So I think the biggest privilege that we have is generational wealth. Leah and I got married, and previous to us getting married.
By the way, the word generational wealth is so funny to me. What do you guys think? What do you think of when you hear it? What I think of as generational wealth is 3 to 4 generations of money made previously that carried on to those generations. I do not think generational wealth is your parents paid for your college or helped you buy a house. That is not what I consider generational wealth. Generational wealth is the grandkids and the grandkids maybe kids. Like you paid for college or you paid for housing, multiple generational wealth, but they're saying generational wealth for them sounds like their parents had enough money to share, which is so interesting to me. What do you guys think?
Married, we had modest savings, and then I think like 5 or 6 years into us dating, my parents said that they would like to give me early retirement basically. All the money.
Early inheritance.
Oh, inheritance. Sorry.
You aren't retiring.
Sorry.
That would be nice. But instead of, it's the idea of giving with a warm hand instead of a cold hand. Like
Yes.
giving money to Levi when he's, like in your 60s or whatever, when your parents pass away, as opposed to like we were in our mid 20s and we're like, that could actually be life changing. And it has been.
And it has, yeah.
Yeah, totally.
I think we can be like a perfect poster child for what that kind of economic choice can do for people, because they helped us buy our first home, which was an apartment in the city that we've lived in. If you've been here for a while, you know about it. And that allowed us to live very affordably for a long time.
Okay, so that's their definition. You guys said plantations and such passed down. Generational wealth is money and social network passed down 3 generations. Yeah, that's how I think of generational wealth, Discord. And then chat says, I have a friend where they get monthly checks because someone in their family had a stake in something. I would consider that generational wealth to a degree. Ooh, yeah, that's a huge inheritance. It depends. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. Let me see. Generational wealth maintains. Let's see. I wish they were talking numbers. I mean, they did talk numbers in the beginning. Like at one point he made 200K. He was still fantasizing about getting back to that. Then he makes about 85K, and that's where the number settled. Like I remember my biggest year on YouTube, I made like 120,000 a year, and that was crazy. That was 1 year. But my average income can range anywhere from 60 to 80. It just depends on the year, and that's before tax. So keep that in mind. Like the tax on that is like, I mean, anywhere from like, it's 30%. So it's like, you know what I mean? You have to think about it from that perspective. And obviously I can write things off, but I don't have that much to write off like that. You know what I mean? It's not like I have big sets or I'm not paying people or anything, right? Chad says, I've also considered parents giving you money as generational wealth, like an inheritance, but it makes sense that it wouldn't be generational wealth as it does not maintain itself. Yeah, an inheritance for me does feel different, but I do love their version of inheritance coming to them while their parents are still alive versus dead. I think that's really beautiful because, what a time for your kids to utilize it now instead of like also kids kind of like waiting for their parents to die. Now, look, I never live my life thinking I'll have an inheritance, and neither does my partner. But obviously, we will get maybe something. Again, we do not think about it. We just don't think about it because we also accept that something might change in both of our parents' lives, and they might need that money. And they might not have anything to give us because neither of our parents are like that financially well off, right? They're okay, but they're not like, you know what I'm saying? Versus like, some of my friends, not only are their parents so financially well off, but they're going to inherit multiple houses when they die. Multiple. You know what I mean? So like and they're single children. They're only children. So it's very different, right? But that doesn't mean that we also haven't been helped by our parents or our parents haven't helped us in many ways. Like I remember when I first got to Croatia, my mother-in-law, she helped pay for something. I don't remember what it was. It was like 500 euro or something. And I told her, I have to pay you back for this. And she goes, why? You're my child. And I said, because I don't want you to think that we're ever taking advantage of you. And I will let you pay for things. You can pay for dinner every time we go out. You can pay for groceries. You can pay for whatever, but you can't pay for our bills. So like I think it was something for the government or something. I don't remember. But I was like, I need to pay you back for this. And so I paid her back for it. And she goes, okay. And then whatever she decides to do with that money, if she decides to put it in an account for us, or if she decides to spend it on her own, it wasn't my money. Okay. And that's the point is like, I don't ever want her to feel like my grown ass can't pay for my fucking bills when I know I sure as fuck can. And I don't want to take advantage of her. And I'm already grateful that she really does. Like she'll buy us groceries on occasion. She'll take us out to dinner. Like that's already enough realistically. You know what I mean? So it's about like an understanding that again, they already need to take care of themselves, but sure, if there's money, okay. But I always told her, like, spend all your money. We don't need your money when you die. But if you have money left over, great. But like, I don't want her to think she has to give us money. And the same way with my parents. I don't want them to think they have to give us money. Because the reality is like, we don't need it. It would be nice. We don't need it. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay. Same thing with my brother. My brother has a potential of like a multi-million-dollar inheritance from somebody who like kind of quasi adopted him. And he tells her all the time, spend every penny. He goes, I don't need your money. Think about the attitude differences. My brother literally I tell her all the time, spend all your money, girl. He doesn't need it. He's fine. And I know other people around the world are like, what are you doing? I hope she leaves you as much as possible. I hope she spends every fucking penny. She wants to donate a bunch of it to animal preservation and taking care of animals. I was like, donate all of it, girl. Donate every single penny. We don't care. And that is the attitude we have for a reason. Because we're not fucking little leeches. We're not selfish little bitches. We didn't make that money. That's not our money. She made that money. We didn't make it. It's not ours. And so if we sit there and plus we don't want the relationship to be about money. We don't love you and care for you and love you because you have money to give us. We don't need your money. You know what I mean? That's not our money. And that's the point. Okay? So your attitude about money is everything. But it's also mental health. It's also structural systems in play, right? But it really is about entitlement. Brittany, do not feel entitled philosophically to anything. Legally, the government and society, we are entitled because we're citizens. But outside of the system, I don't feel entitled. And that helps me understand what to advocate for within the system, right? Okay.
Have had that place for 5 years, and that huge step towards this place. We would probably not have afforded this place if it wasn't for the affordable rent that place gave us during that time. The details of that arrangement are basically that we kind of paid the mortgage for them. They hold on to their investment, like that amount of money is technically theirs. It is in the apartment. They are owners on the title of that apartment as well. But it just sort of allowed us to get a leg up. And if they were to pass away...
You also have to have a very secure relationship with your family to do something like this. You have to have the reason I'm showing you this is because we're going to talk about intergenerational living in a second, because I want to have that conversation too. But you have to really like your parents. You have to really get along with your family to do this. I mean, you have to really, really trust each other.
We get that money.
Yeah, but if we sell the apartment, they get a return on their investment.
Exactly.
So
that's
then sending money,
value.
exactly. We sent money to them every month, which I think also is a way for us to like honor that generosity and gift, right? Because we were able to do that because they gave us, like a substantial amount so that we could afford that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So privilege number one. Privilege number two, we have two sets of parents who are married still.
Both of them have been married. My parents have been married for 40 years and yours for 38.
I don't know how to explain to you how life-changing this is. My partner's parents are married. My parents are married. It is significant. It is such a significant privilege to have married parents. Happily married parents, or parents that worked on their marriage. Like parents that are together and want to be together. It is an incredible privilege that I can't even begin to tell you.
Like that's a long time to be in a life partnership and to be accumulating assets and wealth.
Yeah. And I don't think people talk about this enough. Like, yes, generational wealth is huge, but even if my parents didn't have a deposit for the apartment that we ended up living in, the security...
Look, for our wedding, both of our parents gave us a wedding gift. We didn't ask for one, but they were very kind and they gave us money. And that was very helpful. We definitely utilized everything we were given into bills, immigration paperwork, establishing myself here. Like the money went quickly because it was like a modest amount, but it was still an amount, and we're grateful for it. And I'm grateful for my parents, certainly since they couldn't attend the wedding, obviously, and it wasn't a religious wedding, so they wouldn't have. But, it was a nice gesture. Okay. My parents gave us like $5,000 for our wedding, which was like wonderful, like, wow, generous, like genuinely. And this is important. $5,000 isn't the reason or not we're going to buy a house, right? Like some people are like, oh, at least you got like money from your parents. Yeah, but $5,000 is like the Starbucks cappuccino you're buying yourself. It's not the reason we got ahead in life. It was helpful, but it's not going to be the reason we buy a house one day. It's just going to be helpful. So that's how you have to look at these things. Like it will be helpful if you do not buy $2,000 worth of coffee every year. It won't be the reason you do buy a house or not. It will just be helpful. It will be a little bit more, a little faster. It will be maybe the reason you bought a house maybe 2 years earlier than you were planning to. but you still could have made that money in 2 more years. So that's how you want to look at it. You also want to utilize every extra income you get, $5, $10, $20. Oh my God, my friend, I have an address in the States that my friend gets my mail, and that's how I do things. That's what the government recommended I do, is have a place in the US. I had to have a place. So my address is one of my friend's houses, and they got mail, and they're like, Brittany, you got a letter. And I was like, what is it? And we could tell it was a check. And I was like, oh, send that over, girl. And the check is like for $100 or something, $150 from healthcare stuff. And I was like, oh my God, I'm rich. And I got so excited. I was like, yo, that is so exciting. An extra $150. I was like, that's going to be spent. Like, it's going to spend in the budget. But I got really excited versus another part of my brain is like, okay, it's $150. And that negative thought is the problem. That negative thought is the issue. You know what I'm saying? Like $150, perfect. Put that towards an extra payment somewhere or an extra savings somewhere, and it will go a long way. But if your brain hears like it's $150, who cares? It's really, so, okay, $2,000 for coffee every year is actually really, really easily doable when your coffees are $8 every day, right? But if you say, okay, 2K is not going to be that big of a deal, that's true. Don't beat yourself up over it. Seriously, it's not a big deal. And if you can convert that coffee on the road to something you make at home first, you can save, let's say, $1,000 into your future budget. That would be worth it to me, I think. It might not be worth it to you, but I think it'd be worth it to me, right? So you can make that decision, but I don't want you to beat yourself up because this job market sucks, the economy sucks, the government sucks, everything fucking sucks. I understand why it's hopeless, but I also want you to understand you can do something about it. I want to give you both an empowered feeling, and I want to validate your feelings of struggle because they're so real. Trust me, like, we're living paycheck to paycheck. We also sit there and go, oh my God, bro, everything's getting expensive. And then we sit there and buckle down and we, like, you know, penny pinch, and we look at all the ways we can cut corners. Yeah, but I want you to hold both truths in the palm of your hand because life is a contradiction. You can do it. It's going to be really hard though. And I want those two things to be in balance with you because I know that it's hard.
And strength of two people who are married for that amount of time, even if it's not like romantic or cordial all the time or whatever the arrangement is.
Happily married too.
Yeah, like
it's not like,
not even happily, functionally married.
Yeah.
If they are sharing resources, if they have one car instead of two because they're married, like the amount of strength and stability that a cohesive functional partnership allows for the future generations that come from them is, I don't think, measured accurately. I think that is a level of wealth and a kind of wealth that is undermeasured. And
I think
we have
also,
two of them. We've
two.
on both sides, we have that support.
Well, I was going to say as well that it has also allowed us to take risks in our careers.
Massive.
Like both of us have very non-traditional jobs, like as content creators, as sexual health educator, as a teacher, like it's very different.
So what she's saying is it allowed us to take risks without worry. I took the risk and swallowed the worry. Like every day, I am so fucking aware that I am the only provider of income, and I am I hold so much responsibility on my shoulders to make sure that I get our fucking bills paid every fucking month. Every month is a hustle. We do not have the savings we do not have that savings yet. That 3 to 6 months of savings, we don't have that yet. So every month is a hustle of like, am I paying my bills this month? And, you know, that's a lot of people. That's most people, right? Most people I know, that's most people. So I'm not the exception. And yet, one of the reasons it doesn't feel probably as burdensome as other people's, because I'm not in survival mode. I'm at peace with my place in the universe. And two, my partner and I are working as a team. We are very on the same page about everything. We keep a budget sheet. We're focused on how much we're spending. We check in every fucking day about numbers and where we're heading and what's up. Like any new thing that comes out of left field, any new money, any extra anything, we like put it aside. We think about it, and it makes it a little easier. We also go through cycles where we do sit down and talk about like worst case scenarios a lot. So I think that's important where you like, but you can't do it every day because you'll just be negative. So you do have to go through cycles of checking in about like worst case scenarios, and then you got to let it go and just keep living your life. So it's a balance of like, we're good, we've got this, But also, let's talk about if one of us dies. Let's talk about if everything goes to shit. Let's talk about if YouTube takes my AdSense away from me. Because P.S., if that happened, I would be screwed. Then my partner would have to get a job. And then we would have to, our quality of life would be much more stressful. Now, keep in mind, there is a difference between a job and a career as well. And you have to consider that. And I think if you want to have an unorthodox job, that's great. I'm a big supporter of that. Obviously, it's my life. But I will tell you this right now, it's very hard. But you guys know in traditional jobs how hard it is for you in the job market right now too. So we're all in the same bucket of it's all fucking hard. So pick your hard. Pick your hard. We'll get into that in a minute about parents restricting what their kids can do in college because they know how hard it is. That's a whole conversation I'm excited to get to. But let me just finish out this segment with you.
Than like a very strict career path, we would say.
Totally.
But if we didn't have that love and support of parents and knowing that if we were to make this big gamble and it all goes to shit, we can come home.
Yep.
Right? We can always go home. And we have 2 homes to choose from, right? And we went back and forth from those homes, like
and
during COVID and everything else. So
that's true. That's a whole other layer to it.
It's a whole other layer, is that during COVID,
Listen.
When not a lot of people were working, you and I had remote jobs. We worked that whole time.
Yeah.
We did not stop working. And we then lived with our families. So then we accumulated all of that, like instead of paying rent, we like paid rent to our parents and contributed to groceries and things like that. It was like, oh, okay, like.
But it was like $500 a month to rent from like the live
exactly.
Rent, you know?
But that's the thing. It's like we made so many decisions along the way that were facilitated by our parents having created this like loving environment for us.
Yeah.
I really hope we can do that for Frankie. Like I just like the idea that like you have to like launch your kids out into the world and be like, hey, bye. It's like if something goes wrong, if you have a broken heart, if you like lose your job, I'm like, come home.
Yeah,
come be with us.
Yeah.
Like,
And that was we've lived on and off with our parents as a couple, not even including individually, like on our own.
Yeah.
I think for upwards of 2 years at least.
Yeah.
We did at least
since
like
being married.
Yes, since being married. We lived with them for like 9-ish months during COVID.
Yeah.
And then we did almost a year again with Frankie.
Yeah, with my parents.
We had our child and then lived in their house for the first 9 months of his life. Like, and that
it was such a gift, honestly.
Yeah, and during that time when Leah wasn't earning as much money, or when we were trying to get back to work but like functionally couldn't, that it didn't matter because we didn't have costs, or we had costs, but costs that we knew were kind of arbitrary and set in place for like the reasons that were implied, like we respect you. We're going to pay rent because we respect you and we respect your home.
Yeah.
And we appreciate what you've done for us, you know?
Yeah.
And that gave us a huge leg up. And that's a part of another one that I wanted to mention, which is...
Okay, so that's very important because we talked about intergenerational relationships a lot recently. But I do have the privilege of always going back to my parents' house. I do not have the privilege of going back to an environment that isn't going to come at the expense of my mental health, though. So my parents' house is always available. If we ever need anything, we can go home. But we'll want to kill ourselves within 3 weeks. So it's like, okay, I don't have a home to go to, but in an absolute emergency, I do. But which is why it's a great motivator for me to always live like I'm single, because I can't mental health risk going back to my parents' house, even though it's available, right? And so again, when people say, I understand, right? I love this for them though. If I was a parent, I would love to be the kind of parent who I would love to have like a basement where my kid lived. But I would also like for them to be on their own and be independent and not feel bad about it either. But I don't have that relationship. Like I don't have that. And a lot of us do want our own alone time, which is why we also don't get roommates. I had roommates throughout my 20s, but a lot of people don't want roommates, and that's fine. But know yourself well enough to know that, and then pick careers and pick goals that allow you to have that life. Because I think that's really important. Like my parents always offer, they have 5 acres. They're like, let's build a house for you. You can live on the property. Sounds great, doesn't it? Except they're going to want you to adhere to Catholic rules on the property. You have to live by their rules on their property. So it's not a free property. It's not a free house. They're not going to pay for the house either, obviously, but they're going to give you the land. So it sounds good, right? I knew a girl who, her and her husband, they have a single income. He works, but he's more artisty, and they wanted 4 kids. They're conservatives. And her parents built a house in the backyard and they live in it. But like, she was never going to be able to live in the city they live in at the rate they live in without that. But they're conservative, so it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. And that's the point. If you have the same values as your parents and they want you to live with you, that's great. But, you know, so I'm happy for them. I look at them and I go, great. They have, to be honest, they have what I think all kids should have. And if you can't give this to your kids, I kind of think you shouldn't have them. Which is why we didn't have kids. I can't give this to my kids. We couldn't do it. We couldn't do it in this lifetime. So that's one of the many reasons we didn't have them. But yeah, I kind of feel like if you can't, I give your kid that standard of existence, because it's already hard. You see how hard their life still is, even though they have all of these privileges. Your life will always be hard. But as a parent, I'm not going to be the reason your life is harder. Absolutely not. And that is a privileged position for me because I have the education to know that I'm not entitled to kids. I don't think the universe is educated enough to know that. My parents certainly weren't, you know, they weren't, you know? So you do you and you decide what you want to do. I understand life is hard. I'm not blaming you. I don't think you're an evil person. I just think, you know, I don't think people are really thinking about their kids. I think people are thinking about themselves. And that shows based off of the standard of the world. Child marriages exist. Parents are selling off their daughters because they can't pay bills to old, disgusting men. Okay? Like, think about that. Think about bringing a baby into the universe and then, like, needing to sell off your kids for money. Like, the fuck? And then, of course, there's systems at place that play into this. But at some point, if you know the system is literally encouraging you to have children, like, Trump is trying to pay you to have babies. How can you say, I know what the system wants, and then give them right what they want when that's the number one thing you can control right now by getting sterilized or wearing a condom or taking birth control or picking and choosing who you have sex with or any of those things, if you're in that position to choose, right? I'm not saying everybody's in that position. I'm saying I was in that position. So I've always been on birth control. I'm on birth control right now and I'm married. I have birth control in my arm right the fuck now. And it cost me $1,200 in cash, baby. Because I didn't have health insurance. $1,200 in cash, took right out of my bank account, slapped it into my arm. Period.
Timing. I think as children born in the 90s, 92, we hit kind of like the fucking last sweet spot, man.
This is very important. Listen to this. Listen to what he's saying here because this is the biggest part of it, which is why I say don't beat yourself up. Okay? It really is all about timing.
Like, graduated 2010. We had a whole 10 years of development, professional development in the world before COVID happened.
Yeah, I literally defended my PhD April of 2020.
Yeah.
So had done 8 years of schooling. Plus it had 2 years of traveling and doing a whole bunch of other stuff before COVID even hit. And you and I were just a totally different place in our lives. Like, I think about family members that we've had who were young, you know, who were like in high school when COVID happened. And that has totally kind of derailed their early 20s.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's so hard.
And that's just timing.
Yeah.
That's just literally luck of the draw. Like, we were born on a certain day and we happened to exist in the world at a certain time.
Absolutely.
Like, I don't think that we would have had the things that we have now if we had just like bumped up the years by like 5.
Exactly.
Or even like 2 or 3. I think just the time scale would have been slightly different and those opportunities might not have landed.
What I want you to do though is remember that there will be a time. It's not over for you. It's not done because it didn't happen in your 20s. That's why I say, guys, my 40s are going to be so good. I think that's going to be my time. I'm going to have one of those opportunities to buy a house, to establish my career, to sell a book, to do all the things I was meant to do. But I thought it was supposed to happen in my 20s. And then I realized, oh, that wasn't my time. That was their time. It wasn't my time. And that's the point. It's still going to happen multiple times throughout your life. Because I was sometimes in the right place at the right time. Guys, I talk about this all the time. If I wasn't on YouTube and I didn't start streaming and I didn't open myself up to collaborations again, and I didn't collab with Destiny, and my partner didn't see me debating him, then my partner would never have been like, why is everyone so confused about Brittany? What she's saying makes complete sense, bro. And then my partner and I never would have ran into each other. And then if I didn't have a Discord where I hosted philosophy events and my partner, well, my not stranger at that point, didn't join the philosophy event to discuss philosophy, and we didn't connect, and then I wouldn't have lived in Europe, And then what if we had met 10 years earlier? We wouldn't have been compatible. Like everything is about the timing. And so like, who knows when it's going to happen? The point is that these things exist. The point is like everything connects, like everything is connected. So every time I think about my regret of being in the debate bro bubble, I laugh because that I never would have met my partner, right? Because our bubbles finally overlapped. And that I never would have lived in Europe. I would have been an American living in America. Probably would still be in Arizona, or maybe I'd be somewhere else, but I'd probably be with my gay brother. We'd probably be roommates right now, which is the plan B. I tell my partner all the time, if they die, I'm going to move in with gay brother and we're going to be roommates again. But only gay brother. That's the only sibling I'm willing to live with. Maybe my sister, but we're pretty independent. But like gay brother, you know? It's like all of those things are about the timing that I just don't think people understand. Okay, even my YouTube career, I didn't officially become full-time until COVID hit. COVID was the best thing to ever happen to my career. It was the time that most people became full-time content creators, and I was one of them. So this devastating time around the world that many people lost their jobs, I officially became a full-time content creator, and I've been successful ever since. And so like, that's it. You never know, when it's going to be for you. But it's going to do that multiple times. It's also going to rain when it pours when it rains, right? You're also going to have times in your life where everything is going wrong and it will continue to go wrong. And then you're going to have to breathe because they will get better. Okay? Life is cycles. Life is cycles.
Like I started this YouTube channel in like 2016, 2017. And at that time, it was a very different world. The YouTube landscape was totally different. People could come on here and publish a video that they shot with, a camcorder, and they could potentially change their life forever.
Yeah.
And now that's totally changed. And the ways that you can fuck up now are way more, I think. Like, the risks are higher. The stakes are just higher. There's online gambling, and there's scams everywhere, and there's an economic system that's seemingly just kind of being propped up haphazardly by the whim of one man who doesn't seem to understand what he wants day to day. Not to get into that. But we nailed it. Accidentally, pure luck, we nailed it.
Yeah.
And we've continued to benefit from that. So,
sorry, last privilege positionality
okay.
thing I will say is also you just have to look at us. We're white.
Oh yeah,
and
right,
cisgender.
and we're white. Yeah, and we're white.
And, we're not chronically underemployed because we're transgender, non-binary. We have pretty
we're not
privilege.
In a fucking wheelchair.
No,
we're not. We don't look like an immigrant.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Our last names are not something that people would be racially against or something.
No, we have never been racially profiled in our
and
lives.
We're fucking charming, dude.
Okay, slow down there, Whitey. Okay, the point is, know your privilege, know your advantages and disadvantages, and know what cards you were dealt in life, okay? That's the point, okay? I will link their channel. Like I said, I just started watching them because they came across my feed, but I do like when they talk about money because it feels just like really normal. I like when regular people talk about their fucking money. I know they're not regular people, they're content creators, they have a bigger channel than me, but the way they talk feels more grounded. Okay, let's take a 2-second break. We'll come back. We'll get into other topics in relation to this, including Black leaders from the 1970s talking about capitalism as it relates to liberation for Black communities, because this is Black History Month. And I want to incorporate this all into a conversation because I do think it's important. And it is always, who am I in relation to the universe? Who am I in relation to my government, my systems? Who am I in relation to the world? Who am I in relation to my family? It's always the I in relation to, and then the collective. And these things are very hard to balance, right? Okay, I'll be right back. Let's see. Let me get you some music while I'm away so you don't get bored without me. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, pausing music. Okay. Chet says, do you think luck is the determining factor when it comes to where we are? No, I think self-awareness and introspection are probably more, because if your goal is to be a whole human being, which I hope that's your goal, then it requires more than luck. You have to be introspective. You have to be self-aware. Two different things, but you have to be introspective. You have to engage in humility and discernment. And luck is just one of the things that helps and is necessary, but isn't, it's not just luck, right? And that's the thing. Like, at the end of the day, some people feel like, oh, I'm just so lucky. And maybe that's true. But the truth is like, without introspection, what good is that luck? Like, coming into $1 million is only as good as you can utilize it. I was watching Ramit the other day, and which video? This one. I inherited 171,000 inheritance, and it's gone. Oh, hold on. You can't see what I'm doing. This girl here, she inherited almost $200,000, and it's all gone. Gone. She had money she didn't even know was coming, if I remember correctly. Gone. There are people every day. I knew a woman who inherited. So this woman I met her through a guy I was dating. She was smart-ish in the sense that she went to, I think, like MIT or something, but horrible with money. Her mother told her she was poor her whole life, so she thought she was. But she was smart, so she got in on a scholarship. When the mom died, she inherited $4 million. It's all gone. She didn't know what to do with it. She had no skills. Sure, she had her degree, but she wasn't working in her field. She was also a hoarder, so she had mental health problems, which that's sad. She's the one whose house I went to, and there was like, not only was it a hoarding situation, which I'm very empathetic to, but there was like shit all over the toilet, like hoarding. Like I was like, uh-oh. And like flies and maggots everywhere. And I was like, uh-oh. Okay. Anyways, $4 million, lived in a beautiful home in San Diego, invested all of her money in like her house, some gaming stores. Of course, they went under because it's hard to keep up that business. She was basically a neurodivergent girly who wanted to live out her nerd fantasy with no economic understanding. Of course, she lost all her money. It's gone. Instead of investing that money and just living off the interest, which, by the way, this is why Ramit's channel is so good, because Ramit tells people, like, you think if you have $2 million saved and you live off the interest, it's going to be like $500,000 a year. You're not. You're going to live off $60,000 to $70,000 to $100,000 of interest a year. Like, people really think like, oh, if I save a couple $1 million when I retire, I'll be living off of, if I save $1 million, I'll be living off of. No. That's why I say like, no, that's why I say like, as much, like, yes, the system should do something about it, but if anybody understands anything, the system's not going to do anything about it overnight. So by the time you die, you know what I'm saying? You have to do something. And one of the things you can do is understand that when you bring a kid into the universe, you are bringing them into a world where that something, okay, is a world without retirement. And so then I say to you, when are we responsible for when we bring people into the universe? When are we responsible for our lives? When are we responsible? If we are responsible for deconstructing racism and homophobia and transphobia, are we not responsible for deconstructing our relationship with money? If our responsibility is to deconstruct bigotry, where's our responsibility in choosing how to produce life on this planet? It's so interesting how we're so focused on deconstructing our bigotry, which we should be, but we don't think about how that bigotry plays into economics. As if white people aren't consistently confused about Black communities not rising up to the occasion, when obviously you have to deconstruct your bigotry to even understand how these communities have been, literally pushed down by the system. How can Black communities start to take responsibility for their finances when every time they even try, the system comes in and kills everybody, or destroys their banking system, or eradicates them from existence, or kidnaps their fathers and puts them in prisons? So obviously, money is related to all of these things. Speaking of which, this is from Afro Marxist. This is a YouTube channel that I hope doesn't, take down my stream, but here we go. Worth it. Black leaders discuss featuring Angela Davis, Kwame Ture, Fannie Lou Hammer, and so many more. This conversation, this is 28 minutes in. You should watch the whole thing. Here, I'll link it before I forget. But this section here is they're discussing capitalism and systems. And we've got this business guy who's about to start talking about basically like Black communities within the construct of capitalism, but also a lot of people on the panel are very anti-capitalist. We'll talk about Angela Davis in a second. So just listen to the way they have the conversation. This is 1973.
One of the things that I keep hearing here, and I think you'd have to agree, would be that the capitalistic system in America is the system that we have to deal with, and the problem with it is that we don't have any blacks operating in it. I wonder if we would have the same kind of feeling about the capitalistic system if we were the capitalists and somebody else was sitting outside. I think we would begin then. I would be against it.
Hold on.
If we were the capitalists and somebody else was sitting outside.
This is, he's part of the National Business League, Berkeley Burrell.
Kind of feeling about the capitalistic system. If we were the capitalists and somebody else was sitting outside. I think we would begin then. I would be against it. I think that, well, Stoker says he'd be against it, and
Somebody is exploiting me. I don't care whether he's white or black or red or yellow. As long as he's doing the exploiting, there's something basically wrong. It's
difficult, really, to say that that people haven't been damaged by the free enterprise system in this country. The failure of our cities is probably a direct result of the failure of the free enterprise system to do something about it. When big business begins to move out and leave poor people to solve the problems of poor people, then you've got a failure.
Wait a minute, you can't, I'm sorry,
all right.
but you can't talk about free enterprise because there's no such thing as free enterprise. Capitalism in this day and age is monopoly capitalism. It is controlled by multi-billion-dollar firms, multinational firms. It's controlled by the people like Rockefeller and Hughes and DuPont.
1973, same conversation we're having today. And from a philosophical, like almost like spiritual lens, we are working with each other. Yes, it's controlled, and yes, there are systems, but people must uphold the system. And people are doing just that. Look at the way people are making excuses for Trump and Epstein. Look at the way your family voted for MAGA. That's upholding the system. Look at the way these women, can we talk about this? Because somebody was like, Brittany, I'm really upset you said that about baddie culture. Baddie culture, as long as it comes and stems from patriarchy, is bad. Baddie culture that's been deconstructed and is queer, great. But if your thing is to tell girls that they should marry rich men, you're a capitalist. If your idea, like Sprinkle Sprinkle and all these women, they're capitalists. They're telling women to marry men who give into the system. Marrying rich men, it makes you a capitalist. And yes, you can say, well, I'm in survival mode and that's how women survive in the world. Well, how do you explain me? Am I not a woman? That's a trick question. Am I not a woman? You know what I mean? That's what's frustrating to me. Is like, I know I might be the exception, but I can't be that much of the exception. And if women are doing it every day, then either we are the exception and we are better than all of you, or we're saying we want you with us. And I'm saying I want you with me. Because this woman is telling you to let a man buy you jewelry, and I'm saying don't even think about a man. So you decide if you want to center your life around a man, but I do not recommend it. Okay? I want you with us. I don't want you to feel bad about yourself, right? Chess said, isn't baddie culture just girl boss culture? No. Baddie culture is, girl boss culture is capitalistic culture through traditional business. Baddie culture is business through relationship to men who see them as prized possessions. Baddies use, like, in my mind, when I see baddie culture, I see like a relationship to sexuality that turns into business. Lean in boss girl culture is starting business and being CEOs. It's different, right? Like, it's a little bit different, even though it plays all into capitalism. The way you would do it is different. So I think it is a different bubble, even though the result might be the same. The means in which the bubble, we'll talk about it too with, I'm going to show you Bell Hooks criticizing Beyonce for kind of being that capitalistic hypersexual, even though I do not think Beyonce is hypersexual, but I have a very specific definition of that because I understand we've all seen the videos. I do not see Beyonce that way, but I can see her criticism of her, I suppose. But mostly I'm criticizing capitalism and the means in which we use capitalism to gain capital. So like, we'll talk about that because Beyonce did become a billionaire this year, which is interesting because had Beyonce become a billionaire 10 years ago, I would have been so excited. But now I'm anti-capitalist, so I'm just like, okay, great, thanks. Which is why, how can you fight for Black liberation or any liberation if you're a billionaire is always the question. You know, right?
Now, there's a real difference between those folks and the black man or woman who decides to open up a grocery store on the corner. That is not capitalism. But Richard Nixon has been trying to convince us that all we have to do is to get a little grocery store on the corner, and then all of a sudden we're black capitalists.
Well, if that's what Richard Nixon says, and I disagree with him, I'm not interested in small business as in those constructs, because it's amazing when somebody says business and the person who's black is talking about it, immediately it conjures up a little corner drugstore or grocery store or something. I wonder why it doesn't conjure up General Motors for me.
It's not possible for you.
Well, I don't know whether it is or not. I guess I'll quit working if you're convinced that that's true. But I look at all the people around here, and we've got some organizational petitions that kind of keep us from operating together to change the system that we're also convinced ought to be changed. When I ride in an airplane and look down, and I see everybody protecting the turf, the National, this is protecting this turf, these are all black groups, anything national is black, National Association of Real Estate Brokers, the National Association of Funeral Directors, the National Insurance Association, they're all black. White ones are all American. The white ones are all American. I don't know how that happens.
That's because we know our nationalism.
Right. But the point I make is when I look down from an airplane and I see each one of us as organizational heads protecting our turf, I said, what the heck? We aren't protecting our turf, it's their turf. We don't have any turf. So if we don't finally come together to get a piece of the turf, then we are.
So he's giving, I don't know who he is, but I'm assuming he's more conservative and more like, let's work within the system to liberate black communities. And maybe someone else like Angela Davis is saying, there is no working within the system. The system will always come at the expense of our people. And I think that she is more right in the sense that you can't rehabilitate this system. It's bad. It's really bad. And it requires it coming at the expense of non-human animal life, human life. It comes at the expense of our labor. No one should be making $7 an hour. What are we talking about?
Not going to have any turf to protect.
Even teenagers. People always go, oh, well, minimum wage jobs, like those are for teenagers. Okay, why are teenagers making $7 an hour? They're working, aren't they? They're doing the same job a 45-year-old would be doing in that situation. So why does your age matter? Labor is labor. Remember that. Remember, like if you're working at a grocery store and you're 17 and you're 45, you're doing the same labor. So why should that matter?
I think it is possible, and if we begin to talk about ways of changing that.
Stokely and then Nelson.
Well, I think that the real question is that people are not clear on capitalism because capitalism is a very vicious system. But what it does is it embroideries its viciousness with all sorts of
This is Stokely Carmichael, All African People's Revolutionary Party.
Elusive terms.
1973.
For example, many of us would support capitalism because we actually believe that in a capitalist system, there's a chance for us to get the same amount of money as Rockefeller gets because we're told that under capitalism there is equality of opportunity. So that we feel that if this year we didn't make as much as Rockefeller made, then we got to work a little bit harder and next year we're going to make it. But if we carefully examine a capitalist system, we will see that it's based on exploitation because the viciousness of capitalism and the reason why once black people examined we can never be for it is that under a capitalist system, the fruits of those who labor are enjoyed by somebody else. That is, those who do the laboring, the fruits of their labor, they don't enjoy it. As a matter of fact, we could say under capitalism that the fruits of the labor of the toiling masses are enjoyed by those who do not labor. And again, as black people, we have clear examples of it. If we were to get the fruits of our labor from slavery, just from slavery, all we got to do is go to Nixon and say, hey, look, you give us the fruits of our labor from slavery and we forget the score. We would be the richest people in the country again, because under
Ding, 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 ding. That's why white supremacy is consistently trying to convince you that Black Americans did not build this country. Because if they were given their dues, they would be so wealthy. Now, let me make this clear, because yesterday, you know how we talked about hillbilly and all of those words being slurs? Somebody came to my stream and said those words have been tried to be reclaimed by Confederates who felt like people were using it against them because they were part of the Confederacy. So not a slur. They're trying to reclaim it as a powerful word to then justify the Confederacy. And I was like, oh shit, look at us trying to be so good faith to fucking racists. Like, we're like, oh my God, is this like their word? Is this like a slur? And they literally turn around and they're the same group of people who throw a slur at you and then hang you for being Black. So look at us being so nice, And look, maybe there's a history of whiteness I don't understand because you know what I mean? But I was laughing at how like good faith this community is all the fucking time, and how like it's kind of ironic, I guess. But you know, when we have these conversations, there's something to be said about understanding that the reality is this system will always work at the expense of the people. There's not enough of us who know that, so we can't turn the tides in our lifetime. And because of that, it falls on the individual, while keeping in mind the collective, so we still have to be activists. It falls on you to pay your bills. It falls on you to make money. It falls on you to change direction. It falls on you to go to school for a particular reason. It falls on you to get a job in the market. And that sucks. That really sucks. But that's what it is. And so if they're having the same conversations in 1973 that we're having right now in 2026, it can't happen in our lifetime, but we're still going to have the same conversations forever. But maybe in 1,000 years, maybe our great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren or something, right? Maybe something like that. But it's not for us. So that's why I say I can understand that girl we watched in the beginning who was like, no one cares if you're a victim, blah, blah, blah. She's misunderstanding that, like, she's not even thinking about the system because she doesn't want to understand that, like, it's really bad. And I get it because it's a cope. But it's also a cope to say that I'm not going to try or do anything or plan because the system has given up. That's why I say I don't blame people for not voting, because it's hard to vote for a system that feels impossible. But also, you should vote in the same way you should save for retirement. Even though the system sucks. It's still on you to get up and vote, right? It's still on you to get up and save your money, even though the system should be doing it anyways. And it's about talking about that village. It takes a village. Everybody must labor. So then everybody has to show up. And then how does that look? It doesn't look like being an asshole, that's for sure. And it doesn't look like not being kind and understanding that it's going to be really hard. But it is about encouraging people to show up anyways.
Capitalism, the individual exploits the labor of the people. Now, people get confused because this is a capitalist system and it's a developed system. It's a technological system. So they combine capitalism with technology and development, and they think that there is no other possible way to develop this rapid terms of development.
Oh, wait until he finds out what's coming up in the future. He doesn't even know yet. None of these people know this is going to happen. Like, they have an idea, right? There's TV, there's, a photography, there's radio, there's all these things, but they have no idea, like, this is coming. They have no idea AI and all this other stuff is coming. Like, he's just sitting here and advocating for something that's true, and then he doesn't know. And that's why I say it doesn't matter what's happening now, because the same conversation is happening then. And the same way the conversation would be happening 1,000 years before, right? And justice is injustice. That's why if you read the Bible, I know, stay with me, and you learn about tax collection, the irony does not escape me, okay? If you learn about the greed of the kings and you learn about them trying, again, like, it's the same cycle. Human beings are the same always. And so we still have to show up and say something. But yeah.
Without going through the capitalist route. But certainly we have examples that show the opposite of that. China is a clear example of that. Cuba is. North Korea, North Vietnam. These countries certainly in Africa, where countries have chosen the socialist path, such as Tanzania, Guinea, Congo, Brazzaville, Algeria, we see that there is another way to develop and get the same type of things that we have under the capitalist system, but in a system that does not exploit each other, where all of us work and the fruits of our labor are divided evenly. Let me show you how backward capitalism is. It's a backward system. We could make two statements about capitalism to show how backward it is. About America. America is a capitalist country. It's thoroughly capitalist. It's an imperialist country. But we could say that, number one, America is the most technologically advanced country in the world. And that's an undeniable fact. It's a truism. America is the most scientifically developed country in the world. And right under that, we could say a second fact, which will show you how backward America is. We could say that America, in 1945, made for her people better cars than she does in 1973. And if you analyze this, you'll see how vicious the system is, because here's America with its great technological skills, its great scientific ability, and rather than making a safe car for people that will last 20 years, which they can do with the scientific knowledge that's at their fingertip, they rather take this knowledge and build a car which will break down every 2 years, so you're forced to buy another car. Thus, you see, under capitalism, what they do is they take their scientific skills, and rather than using it for the benefit of the people, they use it to further exploit the people. And certainly this type of system is too backward.
And they're doing it now with everything else. They're doing it now with everything absolutely else. That's why I say it's a trick of capitalism to convince you need 2 incomes. It's a trick of capitalism to tell you you need this yearly vacation. It's a trap of, not that you should be working, but the vacation that costs money. Hold on. It is a trick of capitalism to convince you need to spend $10,000 a year on a vacation. Hold on. Let me just make it clear. A 3-day Disneyland vacation for a family of 4 typically costs between $3,000 and $4,000, covering tickets, hotel, and food. Daily costs average $500 to $700 for a family of 3, while 7-day higher-end trips are $8,000 to $15,000. That is capitalism. Capitalism is convincing you that you need to spend up to $15,000 a year on a yearly vacation, or you're a bad parent, or you have a bad family structure, or you can't afford enough for your kids. What? That's what I'm saying. The trick is, I need a second income so we can go to Disneyland every year. Okay, I say this as a girly who's been to Disneyland like 1,000 times. Maybe. Literally. Because I always bought passes. Relax. I say this as a person with a Disney tattoo. Everybody relax. Okay? That's what I mean when I say the trick of capitalism is convincing you need 2 incomes. Because what do you need that second income for? Now, if you need it for your basics, that's a different conversation. But it's not your basics for every family in America. For a lot of families in America, they feel pressured. They feel less than. So instead of spending that money on their kid's college, they're spending it on Disneyland. And I'm saying, girl, get your kid a college degree. Get your kid a house. That is money you could have spent every year in savings to get your kid a fucking house. You know what I'm saying? To pay off your own house. How many elderly Americans have no retirement and are facing unhousing crises right now? Okay? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, I understand life is hard, but we are bad with money. And then we have the system on top of that. And they exploit our vulnerabilities. Amazon is so good at their job. I hate them so much. Now that I've been, we haven't been buying on Amazon, though we have purchased 1 or 2 things because that was the easiest way. So what we do is we've purchased 2 things on Amazon in the last 12 months. And we looked at every other way to get them. And we don't have enough money not to take advantage of the amount of money saved. But every other purchase we wanted from Amazon, we did not spend. We never even spent the money. So we saved over the course of 12 months and harm reduced over the course of 12 months, like an incredible, like thousands of, like 1,000, at least like $1,500 we didn't need to spend. I'll be generous. But I say this as somebody who spent so much money on Amazon over the years, a package every day kind of girl, okay? When we decided to harm reduce, we sit there with every purchase and we say, can we get this somewhere else? Can we get this local? Can we get this for this? So we don't make enough money not to take advantage of the savings, but we also make enough money and / have the privilege to say we don't need that right now. Or to say we can buy it local and pay an extra $200 because that's the disadvantage sometimes. So Amazon is really insidiously good. Also, I noticed I needed something for work, like a light or something. And I kept putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. And I was like, why am I putting off this purchase? And it's because I'm so used to sitting on the couch, going on Amazon, clicking a button, going boop, that I didn't want to have to shop, verify the site, find out if it was good, look local. I don't have a car. I didn't want to have to take the bus 20 minutes to go fucking figure out if I want to buy this light from a store. I was like, you know what? I don't need the light. I don't need it. And look, I don't need it. Can you not see my face? I don't need it. All this time I was worrying about buying this light. I was like, girl, I don't even need it. And so not only did I save the money on transportation, all of that stuff, but I also didn't have to buy the light. But if I had Amazon, I would have bought that light. I would have bought it. And that's how they get you. You know, they make it so easy, so convenient. You should watch this documentary. What is it called? It's the one with the whistleblower, the woman who got fired from Amazon. She changed my whole perspective on Amazon. My brain shifted where I was like, oh, where she went to Jeff and she's like, we are destroying the planet. Like we're ruining the planet. I was on my journey of veganism. I forget what the documentary is called. And she said her job was to make it as convenient as possible to do one-click buy. And it's so convenient. It's so convenient, you know? Chet says, how do you think you're able to make all the time to do it? Do you think having your partner helps, or is it more the fact that you are in a healthier place and have the spoons? Do what? What's the it? Let me know and I'll answer the question for sure. What's the it? Just so I understand, right? Let me know. Buy Now is the documentary. There you go. Buy Now. There you go. It was so good. Like, it was so, like, it changed how my brain processed how convenient it was. True. I can't tell you how many times I would just dopamine scroll on Amazon, fill my cart with a bunch of stuff, and be like, I'm gonna just buy it. Or, you know, eventually I weaned myself off of even doing it in general. I used to go to like Forever 21 or something, whatever, fast fashion, fill the cart up with like 1,000 things or $1,000 worth of things, and then I would just be like, I don't need it. Now I don't even do that. I have not in like a couple of years now, 3, I guess when I started to be when I really locked in, I don't do it anymore. But before I locked in, I was doing it. So wait, hold on. Is my paint still up? Hold on. Is my paint still up? Yeah, it is. So earlier we talked about this. When I was at my no foundation era of my life, which is most of my life, okay, for 30 years of my life, I had no foundation while I was hustling and working 60 to 80 hours a week and nothing to show for it, okay? I mean, obviously memories and stuff, but otherwise. When I decided to lock in at 34, okay, everything changed. I stopped filling my baskets up. I stopped worrying about fast fashion. I stopped worrying about like all of these things that became like really just like a part of my daily, why not? Like my daily, like buy it without even thinking, okay? And then our next stability goal is I'm not going to reach it till I'm 39 if I'm going at the pace I'm going right now. So I'm still like 3 years away, two and a half years away from my next stability goal. And then my goal after that is 41. And then my goal after that is 45. Like that's the pacing we're dealing with. So from 30 to 45, that's a 15-year investment on just stabilizing myself in the world to have the bare minimum of what everyone thinks they should have at 25. But I'll be 45 because I'm late to the game. And also I'm being realistic because my parents didn't even have those things until they were in their 40s or 50s. So I'm actually ahead of my generational expectation, and I'm actually going to be ahead of where my parents were at that age. So that's also another way to think about it. Is like if you're only comparing it to your family, I'm already ahead. But if I'm comparing it to the world's idea, well, I'm behind. It just depends on how you do it. That's why comparison is the thief of joy, or it's a helpful data point to give yourself some breathing room, which I do in my case, right? Let's see, Chet says, it being budgeting, researching other options just to make the time to do so. It's a combination of timing and readiness. I do think you have to be a person who it's important to you. It has to be important. That's why I say, like, until money, until stability, until philosophical transformation is important to you, you won't change it. Like the reason I wonder about Hassan, like, does he care about the environment or economics, is because he buys a lot of clothes, he buys a lot of things. And I've watched his shopping videos and I'm like, oh, he spends a lot of money unnecessarily, in my opinion, if he's worried about the environment. But then I wonder, like, maybe that's not a value of his, right? It was never a value of mine. Like, keep in mind, girls, going plant-based significantly changed my relationship with everything that I'm doing. If I didn't go plant-based, I don't think this would have happened. So not only did I have to be a person to go plant-based, I had to be a person who I now am, which is older than Hassan, to be fair. So he's much richer than I am, right? Like, he is so beyond rich compared to me, but he doesn't, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I have a feeling that if we ever made the money Hassan does, I don't think much would change. Like, I really don't think, I can't imagine, because of who we are now. If I made that money 10 years ago, oh yeah, I would have spent it. You would have seen it. I would have. But now, if I have that money now, I imagine we'd buy a house and, I don't know, maybe pay for a couple people's degrees or something. But we just put that money in savings and then live our life. Like, we're pretty happy. We'd maybe buy some new underwear because, like, who doesn't need that, you know, every year? But, like, otherwise, like, we don't need a lot. Like, does that make sense? But it's because of who we are. But I wasn't always this way. So you do have to become a person who is that person. It has to be easy for you in a sense. Like, it's pretty easy for us. Does that make sense? Like, we don't think about it that much. We don't worry about it. We laugh, we eat our food, we watch One Piece, and we enjoy our life. We don't sit there as a couple and say, like, I really wish we could afford this, and I'm so frustrated and stressed about bills. We just go like, oh yeah, we can't afford that house. Like, we can't afford that being a house, I guess. But like, we don't worry too much. Do you know what I'm saying? You said I asked because I want to budget and cut out Amazon, and I can feel a lot of guilt over not having done so, but I think I just need to be in a healthier space. Like, I don't have the spoons and I'm not ready. Yeah, like, you're not ready. And that's why I say, like, take your time, but do it now. I think humanity is a struggling species, and we can only be where we're at, and we can't be anywhere else. And so, like, don't beat yourself up. Just, it is what it is, you know? And then you still have to make an effort and move forward. But yeah, like, I remember one time I was really stressed. I was working 2 jobs and I was really suicidal. And my bestie's parents had loaned me $1,500. And I was paying them back, but I wasn't paying them back fast enough. It took me like 2 years. And I was working and I was renting after living with them for some time, I rented a room for the first time for $500 a month. And I decided to get a Disney pass. It was like, at the time, I think it was $100 a month or something. I decided to get a Disney pass, and my brother said to me, don't you think you should pay off your debt to them first before you get a pass? And I was like, if I don't get this pass, like, my mental health will decline. I go with my friends, my girlfriend and I go to Disneyland together. Everyone I know is going to Disneyland. We're all locals. We all work together. It feels like I'm going to be left out. It feels like I want to do this. It feels like this is my one thing I'm living for right now. I got to get this pass. And at that time, I didn't have any other options. That is what my brain was convinced I needed, period. Now, I wouldn't do that now. My brother was right. I should have paid them off before I got that pass. But the truth is, I just couldn't see why I wasn't allowed to have it just because I was in debt. I just didn't get it. And that was like, I was like 21 years old. But now I would make different decisions. Like, oh, hey, we can't afford that. We need to pay this person back first. That became a priority over my life. And to be fair, that incident made it a priority. Because I remember when I finally paid back my friend's parents, they gave me a sheet of paper that showed if I had been paying interest, how much I would have owed them over the 2 years instead of what I paid them, which was what they gave me. And it changed the way that I paid people back. I always pay people back, but now I pay people back before I spend on myself. Does that make sense? You know, just as hopefully you guys don't really need a car since you're in Europe. Not sure if that's a huge case everywhere, but I know a car is a huge expense right now. Well, we're very privileged that we take the bus and we're good with that. The buses are great here. They're fabulous here. I thought they were great in Seattle, but the buses are so good in Croatia. They're so clean, so great, so consistent. So available, so everywhere. I'm so grateful for the bus here. I can't even explain it to you. It also, you know, because the bus does take spoons from me though, it also keeps me from shopping. I don't want to get on the bus all the time, so I don't leave the house as much. So there's a disadvantage in some ways. Like sometimes, again, it's not as convenient as having a car. If I had a car, I'd go out more. But because I don't have a car, I don't go out as much. So in some ways it's good, you know, because every time you leave the house, you really do spend. So then I'm like, okay, it helps. Like it's, you know, it's kind of one of those things. But it also means that like in the future, of course, we'll probably need a car in a sense, but we're waiting for that. That's like just so far down on our list, but we don't do as much. Like I don't travel around Croatia as an example. People are always like, why don't you drive around the country? We don't have a car. So I do tend to not see much. I haven't seen much of the country because of that. I've seen a fair bit though, to be fair, because his parents drive and they've taken us places. But in general, yeah, that's so, you know, pick and choose. You got to pick and choose. You know, you got to pick and choose. You know. Okay, let's go back to this.
Nelson was
making. I concur with the position that Brother Carmack has taken with regards to the system of capitalism. But really, I think there are 2 fundamental questions that we need to get into.
This is the chairman of the YOBU, Nelson Johnson.
The first one,
1973.
was suggested when we started, like what is possible within the context of this system and the coming together of people and that type of thing, which I think as we begin to hear the things that people are saying about capitalism, it tends to start to answer that question. I mean, as we see the very construction of this thing. But see, to me, the most important question, well, let me put it this way. I think that we have to talk, one, about the merits of capitalism, which is what a lot of the conversation has been expended on so far. But secondly, and very importantly, is once we begin to see that picture, we have to raise the question of how it is that we work within the framework of our existence in a capitalist system that we, I think, can agree that we oppose. At least some of us can. And then we get down to the nitty-gritty of the question that
listen to that again.
Of how it is once we begin to see that picture, we have to raise the question of how it is that we work within the framework of our existence in a capitalist system that we have
within the framework of our existence
of how it is that we work within the framework of our existence in a capitalist system that we, I think, can agree that we oppose. At least some of us.
Philosophy, baby. What is the I and how do I exist within? Who am I in this structure? You are more than politics. You are more than a structure, and you exist outside of them. I oppose this structure. I exist outside of it. I exist within the structure that I oppose. Both of these things are true. Both of these things are absolutely true, right? And also, chat says I commute 1.5 hours to and from work. Girl, I do not miss it. I am empathetic to you. I do not miss it. Let me tell you. One thing I do not miss is commuting, but also let me tell you, talk about another life. Talk about another life where the average commute at least 40 minutes one way. At least. You know, I was so used to it. I was so used to commuting to work. I didn't even think about it ever in my life. I know people who commute 2 hours one way every day, just like you. And we don't think about it in America. And that's the kind of stuff that people around the world look at us like, what are you doing? And I was just like, listen, don't talk to me right now, okay? Some people do it in Croatia. Some people do it, though. There are plenty of people who do it, too. It's just, that's what I'm saying, though. To be fair, there are always people who will commute, because we've met a few people who commute 2 hours. And I'm just like, damn, you do that in Europe, too? But not as much. I don't think it's as common. I don't think it's the expectation, you know?
Can. And then we get down to the nitty-gritty of the question that Mrs. Hamer spoke to about whether we're moving toward unity, the question of coalitions, the question of the dynamics of day-to-day work on real problems that affect us as a people. See, because we could hem and haw all day about capitalism and talk about how bad it is. Obviously, it's bad. And if you could tell me the 10 worst things in the world, I could tell you that they have been increasing in this country in the last 5 or 6 years. To give you some idea of the direction that this system that people are talking about is taken. The priorities are insane. There's no sane way of saying that people, should take care of people, that people should take care of sick people. Things just happen based, again, on the way the system is set up. And so I think that that's, pretty clear. Second thing is the idea of how we work in unity. See, it's my notion that we have to take a second look at this question of unity, because I'm not convinced that it's all that much unity taking place in the black community today. In fact, what you see on the one hand is a uniting of certain people who are beginning to agree on a direction to take. And at the same time, you're seeing the uniting of black people who are taking another direction. Within the context of this system and within the context of our own communities. And in fact, you talk about the people being confused.
By the way, do you notice how long they talk and nobody interrupts or talks over them or debates them? Very different times, very slow. A very slow time in the 70s. A very slow time. A lot of these debates that would happen if you grew up watching TV at the time. If you grew up watching the old debates, the conversations were, there are some moments they get a little spicy, but generally people listen because, we're talking about very complicated systems. I'm going to need a second to get my thought out, and then I'm going to give it to you. That's but they're really thinking. Do you notice too the quality of their thoughts? There is, even though it's the same conversation we're always having, I think the quality is deeper. I feel like the tonality in which they're conveying genuine desire for a solution is more authentic than the memification of talking about serious things. Did you see that Ethan from H3H3 went on Piers Morgan? And I keep thinking to myself, man, your career must be in the dumps to go on Piers Morgan. But then Hassan goes on Piers Morgan and Jane goes on Piers Morgan. And I'm just like, why does anyone go on Piers Morgan? And it's because our civil rights are a joke in America. We are a joke. We are a joke that we're going on Piers Morgan YouTube channel. He's not even on TV, bro. He's on YouTube now. Okay. And talking about civil rights and basic human decency. What are we doing?
Well, a lot of times the people wouldn't be quite so confused unless they heard a lot of the things that we're saying to them. Those of us who are supposed to be leaders, or at least those who put themselves in the position to say things to a lot of people. And you get more and more in the movement, kind of a decay of a real quality of honestness. I mean, you get jingoism, you get, you get all kinds of performances. I mean, and these kind of things are put out against the background of the deteriorating situation that we're in. And that doesn't really offer any explanation to people. I mean, but then on the other hand, you have a group of people beginning to address the question differently and to begin to see things like, you could just list the problems, the problem of jobs, the problem of education, and begin to draw some concrete analysis of that and outline some specific kinds of ways that people begin to function. So I just wanted to point out that you're really talking about two. One, capitalism, but two, and importantly, we haven't done anything to denounce capitalism unless we are able to devise some sensible way for us to organize ourselves to resist it.
Not true. We have. The largest ethnic group to condemn Nixon were black people. We've always been in the vanguard. We do that all the time.
But there's a second dimension to what I was raising. Mm-hmm. That's the one you didn't address.
No, but I think we must see it positive because I think it's undeniable that the desire for unity is more intense in the black community today than it was yesterday and will be more intense tomorrow. We must always see our movement as a progression. We understand there are negative factors in it, but we must look at the positive. We are more united.
To address the negatives in order to rectify them.
Understood, but
I don't think that we can sit here and say that unity is growing without ourselves addressing some of the factors that explain the disunity.
But it is growing.
Here they go.
May I use the prerogative of the microphone? Just 1 second, please. We have a number of questions, and we certainly want to have free exchange, but if we could limit our responses to responses and not speeches, then we can all have more time, and if we could do that. But I don't want to stifle anyone, but I do want to, if we can move. Now, I think the mayor was next, and then the congressman, and then may we proceed that way.
After you first. I don't know whether the mayor of Parliament, mayor of let me yield. Go ahead. Let me just say this. I really do not see it as being a question of capitalism versus communism, or socialism or any other form of government. I think we have to be pragmatic about what we're talking about. You're talking about living under a system.
This is Representative Louis Stokes. I think it's Chairman Congressional Black Caucus. It's abbreviated, but I think that's what it stands for.
That is committed to capitalism. It's not going to change to communism or socialism or any other form of government. So what do you say, what do you do when you're the oppressed and the repressed under the capitalistic form of government? You examine the system and you see how can you make changes in that system. Now, the one thing that everyone seems to have forgotten here tonight is that what you're talking about in the capitalistic form of government is power. It's the only thing that this country responds to is power, economic power and political power. And the only time that the system reacts is when you've got some of that power. And as black people, we're not going to be able to overcome in the capitalistic form of system unless you do acquire both economic and political power, as every other ethnic group in this country has done. Now, obviously, I think the thrust in the 70s is in that direction. I think that the black communities are demonstrating greater sophistication towards the fact that if they're going to change the system, they have to do it and work within the system. They have to do it by acquiring power in both of those realms.
There's no question.
This is the difficult part because there is that myth. I'll link the video in chat, guys, because you're asking. This is a YouTube channel called Afro Marxists, and they just have like all these really great interviews re-uploaded, which we might get copyrighted for later, so please watch them on your own. I think this dilemma will always be this. There's this myth that other minorities have found success, like here. But there's a reason for this that I think, hold on, let me bring it up to you a second. Let me find which link I have open. Okay, so this is from the US Census. Median household incomes are $83,000, okay, in 2024. Not statistically different from the 2023 estimate of 82, but between 2023 and 2024, the median income increased by 5.1% for Asian households and 5.5% for Hispanic households, while it declined by 3.3% for Black households, right? But median income did not change significantly for white or non-Hispanic households. So, but this is really important. And so white supremacy will tell you it's because Black people work less hard or they're less qualified or something. Asians will have their reasoning and Hispanics will have theirs. But this is household income. Hispanic people, on average, they might have more intergenerational living, while Black households, on average, are targeted by white supremacy to tear up Black families. Asian households also do this thing where, like, the kids live at home until they're 40 and they're expected to get high-earning degrees, doctors, lawyers, something like that. And they're expected to also take care of their family members versus within the Black home, because the world is so anti-Black, especially America, It disadvantaged any Black capitalism from even happening in the States. And so these families whose children could have been their way out of generational poverty weren't able to take on the burden placed on them through white supremacy. So the dilemma is like, when you see this number, you can use all of these reasons why you think this is so specific. How did Black communities decline 3.3%? But there's so much insidiousness in anti-Blackness that it specifically targets. Remember, if white supremacy brags about Jewish communities, brags about Asian communities, brags about Hispanic communities coming together and being these hard workers, but never has that amount of energy for Black communities, it is a version of anti-Blackness that seeps into your psychology and impacts your economic growth. Money is psychological. And so there's so much at play here. And then on top of that, the burden of having your kids responsible for your future is an added weight that we don't even want. We don't even want to raise our kids to be the reasons we're out of generational poverty. We don't even want to raise kids into a future where they have to get good paying jobs to pay for their parents. That's not the goal either. But then capitalism tells you, okay, if you're an immigrant coming to America, the best way for you to succeed is to have babies that you must use as bank accounts to pay for your retirement because we're not going to pay for you. It's a double-edged sword. It's such a double-edged sword. Like, everything fucking sucks under this system. You're fucked if you do, you're fucked if you don't. You're like, nothing makes fucking sense in terms of liberating people out of poverty if the government's always going to be like, we're not responsible. We are going to be the reason why everything is worse for you, but it's not our responsibility. So, how do we live within these structures that are so obviously not considering or care about us, even if we make it in? So Beyonce became a billionaire this year. It was like a big deal. Everybody was celebrating. Jay-Z's a billionaire. They're going out to dinner with, Kushner and all these other people. They're like associating with Trump's son-in-law. Is that his name? Jared Kushner. And, you think how much money is enough money for her to finally use her microphone for something more than just performative, whatever, right? But the truth is, if you buy into the liberal idea that you must become billionaires within the system to prove Black excellence, but it comes at the expense of Black minority communities. Look at Diddy going to Black communities, begging them to love him, and then asking for hand sanitizer and a bath after. Did you guys watch my review of Diddy? Diddy went into Black communities, pretended he was like chill, he's one of them, but then after he engages with them, he's like, ugh, Black billionaire. Because billionaires, at the end of the day, are moving within a system of exploitation at the expense of their own communities. And that's why, may I live and die middle class. I don't want to die in poverty. Nobody should be in poverty. But yeah, I'll never be a billionaire, and I'll never want to. And you will not convince me at this point in my life, especially, that was ever attainable and you could still be a good person. Chet says, isn't Jay-Z in the Epstein files, or is that just a rumor? I don't know. I heard a lot of names were in the Epstein files. The point is, I'm not going to bat an eye, and I'm not going to be surprised. Some people think Jay-Z's an informant because there was that scene where he was with Diddy, and every time he's with Diddy and the group of guys, he always looks like he's kind of like suspicious, and some people think he's an informant for the government. And then you remember when Diddy was, it's not funny, but remember when Diddy was patting down Justin Bieber looking for a wire or whatever he was looking for? It's like that idea. Look, I don't know what the fuck is happening, but some insidious fucking shit is happening, and I don't want any part of it. I don't want any fucking part of it, is the point. So, when we talk about these things, we are talking about a great many things. And the worst part is, like, once again, you have to balance those things, right? Because so people are responsible for the communities that the color of their skin dictate they belong to. Wait, so people are responsible for the communities that the color of their skin dictates they belong to. You're not American, right? Are you American? I can't remember. In America, we are dealing with a very different reality than anyone else, anywhere else. I don't know what anyone else is doing, but just a reminder, like in Croatia, where a majority of the people are literally Croatian, it's very different than being in America, where communities are targeted for those things. You said I'm a Mexican living in the UK. Okay, so even if you're born in Mexico, as an example, you're all Mexican, right? It's different. America targets groups of people specifically. This is why we're watching Black communities, Black leaders talk about uplifting the Black community. It's not that you as an individual are responsible for your community, but if you're going to be a leader, if you're going to be a voice, if you're going to be a person who uses Blackness as a way to become famous, then you better pay the community back, right? You better pay the community back. Jay-Z, Beyonce, Diddy all use the Black community to uplift themselves into billionaire status. They better pay the community back. Because without the community, they never would have been. They never would have been. And that's the point. The community believed in them. The community committed to them. The community, like, that's why it's so painful so that's the idea behind it, right? So I'm not sure how the other world, like the other countries do it, but in America, you know, we kind of expect our people, like even with gay communities, we uplift you, you're iconic, we made you. We expect some sort of like not leaving us in the dust. Like, please don't like step on us after we uplifted you. That's why, like, you know, your community, that's why the point is the collective versus the individual, right? If we're going to spend our money a certain way, if we're going to buy your album if we're going to go see your movie in the first 24 hours so you make that money, we're doing it as a way to uplift, right? And that's the point. And so, you know, it's hard, though, when you're dealing with a capitalist versus an activist. And that's always the question. Can you be both? Sure. Here's Angela Davis in this 1972 interview. I just want you to watch this really fast, and then I'm going to show you a more recent video of her.
And they all ask one main question, which is, why is Angela Davis communist? This is a very hard...
So it's a little muffled, but she says, why is Angela Davis a communist?
Question to answer, mainly because I don't feel I've been taught the true meaning of communism. This is one of my reasons for writing you at the time.
Hold it right there. Why is Angela Davis a communist?
Actually, I think I answered that before when we were talking about what a revolutionary is.
Many times the term communist, because I think it's been used by so many different aspects of our society to put down rather than to let people try to understand. You know, everybody shuns away from it. It's like it's a disease or something like that. And I just, you know, what I'm trying to get through is that the brother here in that letter is raising a question, and therefore in his question it seems that he's trying to say that there are some people who are plagued by that, and they let that get in the way. They don't want to know Angela Davis as a person, or even if they do, that prevents them from coming to know Angela Davis.
Well, you see, now that might be true for, say, the vast majority of white people.
Yeah.
But one of the things which really impressed me when I was on the streets and fighting for my job at UCLA was that whenever I spoke to black people, whenever I spoke in the black community, very few people had hang-ups about communism. I can remember many times walking down the street and having someone stop me and say, are you Angela Davis? And I would say yes, and they would express their solidarity and say, a lot of sisters and brothers would say, even though I don't really know what communism is all about, just as the brother here said, they say, we know that there must be something good about it, because otherwise the man wouldn't be coming down on you so hard.
There must be something good about communism because the man wouldn't be coming down on you so hard. Remember that Republicans have used communism and socialism as scare tactics for generations. This is the 70s. This is the 70s. And I'm not saying in terms of systems, it's the best we have. I'm saying in terms of systems as a response to capitalism, it's very interesting how scary Republicans make these words.
So I think that the resistance to understanding what communism is all about doesn't exist nearly as much in the black community as it does in the country as a whole.
Okay, now check this out. So that was Angela Davis in 1973. This is Angela Davis 5 years ago in 2020, and this is Democracy Now! You know we love this channel. Look at this.
Talk about racism and capitalism. You often write and speak about how they are intimately connected and talk about a world that you envision.
Yeah, racism is integrally linked to capitalism. And I think it's a mistake to assume that we can combat racism by leaving capitalism in place. As Cedric Robinson pointed out in his book, Black Marxism, capitalism is racial capitalism. And of course, to just say for a moment that Marx pointed out that what he called primitive accumulation, capital doesn't just appear from nowhere. The original capital was provided by the labor of slaves. The Industrial Revolution, which pivoted around the production of capital, was enabled by slave labor in the U.S. So I'm convinced that the ultimate eradication of racism is going to require us to move toward a more socialist organization of our economies, of our other institutions. I think we have a long way to go before we can begin to talk about an economic system that is not based on exploitation and on the super exploitation of Black people, Latinx people, and other racialized populations. But I do think that we now have the conceptual means to engage in discussions, popular discussions about capitalism. Occupy gave us new language. The notion of the prison industrial complex requires us to understand the globalization of capitalism. Anti-capitalist consciousness helps us to understand the predicament of immigrants who are barred from the U.S. by the wall that has been created by the current occupant. These conditions have been created by global capitalism. And I think this is a period during which we need to begin that process of popular education, which will allow people to understand the interconnections of racism, heteropatriarchy, capitalism.
Okay, so that's how she talks now, right? Okay, now I want you to watch this video. Wait, what is this video? Oh, okay. I want you to watch. Beep, beep. I want you to watch this. Okay. So this is, let me get all three names here. Bell Hooks, of course, scholar in residence Eugene Lang, and scholar in residence at Eugene Lang College in the New School of Liberal Arts. Okay, so, and then there's LGBT community author Marcy Blackman and Janet Mock, who you might know, and film director Shola Lynch. Excuse me. Okay, they're discussing, it's titled, Are You Still a Slave? Liberating the Black Female Body? And they're discussing, I'll link it so you can watch the whole thing, but this section, they're discussing Black bodies, they're discussing liberating Black bodies, specifically Black bodies of young girls, and they're specifically talking about their art and how their characters show up in the books they write, and the work that they do, and it's going to move into a conversation about Beyonce, capitalism, and sexualization. So check this out.
In the sense of wanting to say, how do we begin to free the Black girl body, the Black boy body before they have undergone years and years.
The volume is a little low. I just noticed it. So just, you know.
Of emotional assault and colonization. So I was talking yesterday about Happy to be Nappy and saying, you know, little girls telling me, you say our hair feels like flower petals. And to think again about how we image ourselves, the language that we use to talk about ourselves. Adrienne Rich repeats the line constantly, language is also a place of struggle. So that I think as Black females seeking freedom, as women of color, we're constantly having to pay attention to language and to look at the language that we use for ourselves and the language that people use against us, because a lot of times we are vulnerable to pushing that language. I wanted to apologize, Charlotte. I was looking for, this is one of my sheroes, Lorraine Hansberry, and I was rereading To Be Young, Gifted, and Black, because in it she talks about a particular moment in Black female body history, and she's talking about Black women coming home from work, Black domestics coming home from work, and she keeps using the phrase, you could be Jesus in drag, but they still think that you are selling. So that image of the Black woman as prostitute, as I go around in hotels and, you know, white men are calling me on the phone saying sexual stuff, the men who stood behind me as I was checking in, I'm reminded of the fact that for so many years, Black female bodies were not allowed in hotels because the assumption was that we could only be there for one reason, which is prostitution. So that thinking about freeing the black body, I mean, I think part of our intellectual, academic, critical exercise is how do we free ourselves from those images to claim a different set of imaging. And I apologize, I was going to buy it and bring it, the Time magazine that has Beyonce on the cover, because one could deconstruct for days that first she's looking kind of like a deer in headlights.
Wait.
One could deconstruct and bring it, the Time, to claim a different set of imaging.
Wait. Is it this one? Maybe it's this one she's talking about? Okay, maybe it is.
And I apologize, I was going to buy it and bring it, the Time magazine that has Beyonce on the cover, because one could deconstruct for days that first she's looking kind of like a deer in headlights, and she's wearing the little panty and bra set, you know, that some of us wore like when we were 10 or 12.
That's so funny. I didn't process it as underwear. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, isn't this interesting that she's being supposedly held up as one of the most important people in our nation, in the world, and yet why did they image her? I mean, she's not glam on the cover of Time magazine. What is that cover meant to say about the black female body?
Okay, thoughts? Beautiful picture. I can see now that she said it, that it looks like underwear. I kind of read it as sportswear to begin with, or I kind of read it as like colors. Like I saw it as colors first, because I don't think this is very sexual at all. But I could see why somebody, my mom would see it. My mom's very conservative, so my mom would see it and she'd be like, she's in her underwear. I saw it and I just thought she looked like a rose petal or a flower. She looks like a lily. So then I thought, oh, like she's just doing like a black and white grayscale something. I don't know. She's trying to be, I thought she was trying to be more, to be honest, I thought she was kind of going for stoic, more or less, like clean girl aesthetic almost, like what am I getting? I'm getting like muted, you know? Chess says, how old is she here? An adult? Well, she's definitely an adult. Let's see, how old was she? How old was Beyonce? 32 years old. She was 32. Yeah, she looks very like, I don't know. I'm kind of getting like, I mean, she could have been, it depends. Like, if it's artful, I see it as art. But if she had gotten more professional, I guess she would have been in a business suit. But it's giving art piece more than sit down. Okay, it's giving in the same way that Call Her Daddy wore a hoodie to talk to Kamala Harris. It's giving casual. It's giving art versus it's giving serious business lady. Because I don't know why she wore a hoodie to talk to Kamala Harris. That was crazy. I was like, girl. But like, okay, fine. So yeah, I'm getting art versus getting business CEO. Yeah, Discord said creative and artistic. Exactly. I'm not getting hypersexualized at all, though. I'm not getting sexualized at all. Should I be? I don't think I'm conservative enough for that, to be honest. I'm not getting, she doesn't even look sexual to me. Everything about her, she's not winking. There's no glint in her eye. She's not even smiling. I'm not even getting sexual at all. What do you guys think? Are you even getting sexual at all? I'm not getting any of that. I'm getting very muted, which I like, you know? Yeah, I'm not getting it. But okay, let's go back to Bell Hooks. Let's see what people have to say in response.
Did other people see that cover and were you surprised?
You know, there's a term that that I discovered, I can't remember, in college or graduate school that is so relevant these days. It's a feminist term for media studies, and it was called symbolic annihilation. And yes, symbolic annihilation, and it is two things. It's Gay Tuchman, who wrote about it. Somebody correct me if they know. Hearth and Home, and it was a book, a compilation of essays about women's representation in the media in the 70s, in the late 70s. And symbolic annihilation is two things. It's one, not seeing yourself, but it's also seeing yourself only denigrated, victimized, etc., and what that does to you. And I think that, you know, we can talk about all the things that denigrate us, but I'd rather shift the camera, shift my gaze, and look for the images and the people and the places that feed me. And I really do think, you know, you talked about children. I really do think that the more we create our culture, our cultural images, the books you write, the films I make, the alternatives, that these are artifacts that live, and they speak to people whether we're there or not. Bodies of work, and that is critical. So I want to just give one example. My daughter, she's 4. Right? I've been working on, she's never known me not working on the Angela Davis film, which took 8 years, right? So she was so excited when I could show her the trailer. And my son was excited too, but she was particularly excited. The trailer's like 2 minutes long, and she watched that trailer over and over and over again. She had a favorite line when Angela said, "It's genocide!" I was like, that's my girl, right? She would point out all the characters. She loved going, that's Angela's mom. So she created Angela's family and a sense of community just by watching this thing over and over again. But that's not what I wanted to share. So she's a little girl. She wants to be a princess. I'm trying to convince her she wants to be a warrior princess. You know, but it's blonde and poofy and glam. She woke up one morning and her hair was all out. Just like, you know, big, out. And usually that's like, oh, Mom, my hair is too puffy. You know, it needs to. And this morning, after watching the trailer over and over and over again, she said, I have Angela Davis hair.
Okay, hold on, let me show you. I don't know how accurate this is from a quick Google search, but I tried to see if there were more pictures of her in this article. So allegedly, this is the cover. Allegedly, this might be inside the book, this one and this one. I just want to say, she looks beautiful. Like, I am floored with just how gorgeous this photo is. I actually think she looks fucking beautiful here. Like, just, my Discord said stunning. Like, she does look stunning. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I understand that I've been asking myself this question as well. How do I want to come to work? Do I want to make sure that when I start my 40s off, remember, she's 32 here. She's younger than I am in these photos. Okay. The question I want to ask myself as I head into a more serious sort of being is, do I want to come in hoodies? Do I want to come in jackets? Do I want to come in, what clothing do I want to appear in to be, quote, more serious? But the truth is Beyonce is first and foremost a pop singer, a hip hop singer. She's not even hip hop. She's just pop. Is she just pop? The point is that she's a singer. And so her brand will be and has been very costumey. And so I can see why on the cover she would be more or less not in a business suit, right? But I can also understand why anyone would want her to be, why Bell Hooks would want her to be in something more than this. But I feel like this is a very muted Beyonce picture because, let's see, Beyonce at 32. What was happening at 32? Which album were we in? Let me see. Is this 32 birthday? You know what I mean? Like, this does feel very serious compared to this. Muted serious. I get what I'm trying to you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to say, like, I don't know if this was a good example. I mean, I guess, I don't know. Ouch. I think Bell Hooks is right. If we deconstructed patriarchy and we deconstructed our bodies for what they were, in the context of business, it would have been more appropriate for her to show up in a really amazing suit of some kind or clothing outfit that expressed, I'm ready to go to the office. I think if she was aiming for more art, this is appropriate. But ultimately, you're not going to go to the office looking like this. You might go to the office glitz and glam. You might go to the office with big earrings. You might go to the office with like prints. You might go to the office with tattoos. But you're not going to go to the office in underwear. So in that case, I do think Bell Hooks' intuition is correct. That ultimately, the culture should shift to business bubbles being business aesthetics. You know, yeah, just that's the thing. She doesn't work in an office. Yeah. Doesn't work in an office. Well, I think the dilemma is that Beyonce is first and foremost a capitalist, and she is first and foremost a billionaire, and she is first and foremost always playing into that bubble. And during this interview, she's being interviewed by Sheryl Sandberg, who's a notorious capitalist, lean in, and a notorious fan of the system. So maybe that's why Bell Hooks is more critical, because ultimately everything about this choice is a reflection of the system. So because she's not, Discourse said she isn't challenging anyone on the cover. So then I guess in that regard, I do think Bell Hooks' observation would be more correct, that it is ultimately upholding the system. And if the point is to challenge the system, then how are we going to do that? Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Times Magazine cover women. Let me see if we can find other options. Okay. Yeah, so Ellen is in a suit. Let's see. We have Women of the Year here. This is Women of the Year, though. I think Beyonce's was different. She wasn't Women of the Year. She was Top 100. Is that the same thing? Is that the same cover as Women of the Year? Let me see. Time 100 most influential people. So let's see, 100 people. Yeah. Interesting. Well, there's something to be said. Here's Serena Williams. But then maybe Serena wanted that aesthetic. I don't know. I mean, obviously all of it's business at the end of the day, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Whoop. Kidding. Huh. Here's Zendaya. Damn, that's a cool photo. Here's Marilyn. Here's Taraji. Here's Mary J. Yeah. Oh, that's a great photo. I really like that one. Well, I mean, there's definitely something to be said, some commentary to be had. Here's Meg. Taylor. This Michelle? Okay, well, there's something to be said. Then here's Beyonce. Oh, I love that photo. Jesus. Yeah, and then here's Beyonce. I don't think it's that far off from the other women, but again, all these women are playing into capitalism in the system. So then there's a question about, are we making a commentary outside of the system or within the framework? Within the framework, her outfit is fine. Challenging the framework, maybe it could have been different, you know? Yeah. Discourse said it's not the suit, it's how they look at the camera, I feel. Maybe that, yeah, definitely that would be a part of it. That would definitely be a part of it, right? Yeah, I think there's a struggle because I think there's so much empowerment. I think for all of us who listen to Beyonce albums and loved her and has been listening to her since we were kids, and she was a part of Destiny's Child, and even before that, like for a lot of us, I think, like I said, had Beyonce become a billionaire 10 years ago, we would have been celebrating her. It would have been like amazing. But now, since it's like, fuck billionaires, fuck all these systems, it just doesn't feel like a win. And so I wonder if that's why there's also that lens in which there's a part of us that I will, like, somebody left a comment on my video saying, I don't know why people get so defensive of Beyonce. And it's because people are always trying to discount her. She's obviously one of the greats. And people are always trying to discount her. They're always trying to underplay her relevance and her impact on culture. And it's obvious, like, if you do not understand her, if you do not understand what she puts into her shows, if you do not understand her brand and everything that is her, I mean, nobody could have done it but her. In the same way that nobody ever does it except the greats. That's why they're the greats. Like, and so when people, you know, I understand, like, people get defensive because they downplay her. And so I never want to do that to her. And at the same time, I want to acknowledge that even the greats were problematic. But she is one of the greats, you know? That says Bell Hooks probably spent her life trying to escape objectification, ? I think Beyonce embraces it and uses it to her advantage in a classy and powerful way. Well, then that would ask the question, can you ever use objectification, sexual objectification, to your advantage without adhering to patriarchy? And not under patriarchy, no. Like, this reminds me of Frida Kahlo, how as much as Frida was liberated by her open embrace of sexuality, it was always impacted by the patriarchal standard. As much as I do sex work and I show up on OnlyFans and I make work that I think is beautiful, I also, at the end of the day, cannot separate that work from the reality that it's made under patriarchy and seen through the lens of that. And, like, based off the DMs I get, it's clear to me that the people consuming my work mostly see it only through an objectifying lens and don't see it exactly the way I mean for them to see it. Because the truth is, the work that I make, I don't want you to masturbate to it. The secret is, when I create stuff for OnlyFans, my goal is for you not to masturbate to it. But they do it, and I get it. Like, I'm doing all the things that you would normally do to get people to masturbate to it. But ultimately, I would love it if my work was consumed as not something to masturbate to, but something to see and observe and engage with in a way that you could over a glass of wine. Maybe not all the work I've created, but a lot of the work that I've created, I think especially moving into the future, I've been making more and more work that I think I would prefer if people observed it over a glass of wine or drinking some tea or something. But it doesn't matter what my intention is. The matter is the way that it is consumed will be however the audience takes it, right? So I don't know. There's something there. I can see, you know, it always, yeah, Chet says it doesn't take much to masturbate to something. Hey, you're telling me. Like, I get that. You know, I get that. Yeah, there's a lot here. There's a lot of layers here. I think this conversation could be had for hours and hours on end. I think it's a good conversation to talk about, you know? Yeah. Because it's like doing sexual liberation under patriarchy. We can do it, but it is always kind of tainted. Yeah. There's something about it. I think that's why the conversation's so interesting to me. And that's really the question about your existence. I think philosophically, well, I'm creating the work. Depending on what I'm thinking about will dictate the authenticity of the work. If I am making work and I'm thinking about how many videos I will sell, then that is capitalistic work. If I am making work and I'm thinking about how good of a creation I created, regardless of the aftermath, then that is the testament to my relationship with the work. And that is more important. Like, but I still have to pay my bills. So I still have to make some products. So the products I make, thinking about how much am I going to sell, that's to pay my rent. The products I make and think I don't care how much I make, that's the product that I feel is more organic to my artistic, creative brain and output. And that's the question. How much of Beyonce's work fall into those categories, right? Maybe that's how I would view it, something like that. Because I think I saw a clip today about a singer, I don't know his name, artist, and he was saying, a black artist, older man, he was saying, Miles Davis, who was it? It was somebody, I don't remember. And they asked him, would you play music if you weren't being paid for it? And he says, I don't have a choice. I hear music every day, all day in my head. And that's kind of the point, is I realized about myself, I don't really have a choice about creating. I just have to do it. And that ended up being the medium that was YouTube. I always thought I would be a writer, but I don't write anymore. I always thought I'd do other things, but this is the only thing I've been able to do for 20 years and not burn out and not get bored and not hate. And I do it for the love of the game. And that's the point, is I'm lucky that for the love of the game I get paid, but I'll never get paid the way Beyonce does because I don't know how to commodify it enough without losing myself to the game. So I play a healthy balance between making sure I do streams like this that will not be as interesting to people versus the Epstein stream I did, 6,000 views overnight because everybody wants to know what's going on with Epstein. But streams like this is just this is stuff I like to do, but I will take a hit for it, which is why I appreciate my members. But at the end of the day, like, this is a stream I figured I wouldn't make much money on. And that's just the truth. So far, I have less than 1,000 views for the whole stream for 3 hours. When I was doing the Epstein stream, it got to 6,000 views by the time I was done streaming. And that's because that's the thing, you know? And I'm glad I did that stream, by the way. That was a fire stream. I love that stream. That was a great fucking stream from beginning to end. But I can't, keep that up every day. I don't want to do everything trending every day. And so, these are the conversations. Okay. Now, here's what I want to do. First, I just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything from this section here.
So I thought I was making this political crime drama with a love story at the center, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I was also making another image for young people to see and to perhaps relate to. And I was blown away.
Oh my God, gifted membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, lady. Received a gift membership. Katie, congratulations, guys. Hey, congratulations thank you. For us, you, me, all of us really won just now. Thank you so much.
Because I can tell her she's beautiful all day long.
Thank you, Lydio.
No, it doesn't. So the more we create the alternative universe, which then becomes the universe.
Yeah, I think that's really important. I mean, I don't write children's books, but I do in my novels, in my books, and my characters are the people who I grew up seeing every day, who I don't see. Not just in literature, I don't see them on TV, I was raised by really strong women. I was raised by my great aunts and my grandmothers and my mother, and who, without fail, to a person, allowed me to chart my own path through the world, and were there to support me in that.
I think I want to get through this just section because I think Janet Mock also talks about Beyonce a little bit, and I do want to hear what she has to say.
And make sure that I didn't do anything to hurt other people or to that was adverse in that way, but they were there, and they weren't there in the worlds that I was inhabiting when I would go to the library and read, and they weren't there. So I decided I wanted to write them, and I wanted to write people like me who I wasn't seeing in the books either. I wanted to create these characters and put them out there, and I think what you say about self-representation and putting it out there to count as a counteract against these other images, because it's not just like the Beyonce cover. It's not just about denigration. It's also about Black women are supposed to be childlike and children. They need taken care of or bossed around, this is in the eyes of other people, And so I feel like the little girl's clothing and the little girls is, let's make this very powerful woman a little girl, I just saw
a little girl we can lust after.
Yes.
A little girl we can prey upon. A little girl that can be Woody Allen's daughter, taken up into the attic and sexually abused, with people witnessing from a distance but taking no action on her behalf.
I mean, Beyonce was picked up by Jay-Z as a very young person. It's one of the most infamous parts of their unionship together is that their age gap relationship is definitely inappropriate and very suspicious. I can see that. I can see it. I can see the criticism. I can see the observation. I can see it. It's hard because I think she just looks so fucking great in it. And I see a little bit of it. I do see a big part of the clean girl aesthetic being a little bit of innocent, a little bit of clean, but also like, gosh, she looks so pretty. And then I'm like, I don't really see a child, but I see what they're saying. Like my brain is computing it. Okay.
Because I feel like we have to draw those connections of our enslaved Black female body to the enslaved Black female bodies of all girls, all colors, with that predatory gaze. But it's interesting to think about, let's take the image of this super rich very powerful black female, and let's use it in the service of imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy. Because she probably had very little control over that cover, that image.
I think she had control over what she wore. I know that she hires the stylist who's been with her for a long time. They've developed probably that look.
This is Janet Mock. You probably know her or not, but I read her book and I always thought it was really great.
For that specific cover, I think she.
Mm,
and I
so
would
you're
argue.
saying
I
she's
would argue that.
colludes.
I would argue that she has a power now, like having worked in magazines, that she has final cut approval, and she chose this image.
Okay, hold on. Discourse said it's the way she's engaging with the camera. Okay, if I did a photo shoot like this, in my mind, if I did a photo shoot like this, and this was my expression, and this is the way that I was engaging with the camera, I wouldn't be thinking a little girl. I would be thinking doe, a deer, mist, Pride and Prejudice in the morning dew, Darcy walking on the grass. I'd be thinking clean sheets. I'd be thinking white sheets, like no stains, clean feet. I'd be thinking fresh breath. I'd be thinking showered. I'd be thinking like I have all these. I have a very clean. Like I just keep thinking clean. I just thinking like fresh. But then maybe that's the virgin. Maybe that is the virgin. Maybe the clean, the fresh, the non-tainted is the virginal purity little girl thing that they're talking about. Is that what they're saying? Like I'm thinking about it, you know, but maybe that's what it is. You know, yeah, like linen. But maybe that's what they're saying, you know? They're saying that daisies, but maybe that's the virginal, maybe that's the little girl aesthetic that they're saying is insidious about the work. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it, guys. I can see what she's saying. I can see the little girlness in it, and I can also see the purity. Chad says you figured it out, the purity. Yeah, I think maybe that's what Bell Hooks is pointing to. And yeah, and I don't know that I would ever want to degrade Beyonce as to say she's not pure, but she's not pure at 32. But obviously, what does purity even mean? But under patriarchy, we know what it means. Under patriarchy, we know what purity means. It is a pedophilic kind of aesthetic. You know what I mean? Yeah, I see it. Okay, I get it. Look at us using every brain cell today. Look at us. We're doing it, girls. We're doing it. Okay. Yeah. Discord said it's interesting to bring up Beyonce to make this argument about the image being projected because she has a very serious disassociated pose to her. Very much like a personless model image. I feel like I don't know who she is. Maybe I'm just into loud fashion. Maybe. Okay, let's go back to the commentary.
And so I don't want to strip Beyonce of that agency of choosing this image of being.
Man, I wish their audio wasn't so low. Sorry, guys.
Her own manager of all
but
of this stuff.
Then you're saying then, though, from my deconstructive point of view, that she's colluding in the construction of herself as a slave.
Oh, damn! That's the question. So see how Bell Hooks is trying to give Beyonce an out, but then Janet's like, well, what about her agency? But then Bell Hooks is like, so you are complicit. And it's like, no.
Are you still a slave?
Manager of all of this stuff.
But then you're saying then, though, from my deconstructive point of view, that she's colluding in the construction of herself as a slave. Are you still a slave? It's not a liberatory image.
Or she's using the same images that were used against her and us for so many years, and she's taking control over and that saying, if y'all are going to make money off of it, so am I.
But that's capitalism. If you're going to exploit me, I'll exploit myself first and I'll make the money. Capitalism. Yeah, that's what I used to think. I used to think, okay, well, if you're already going to do it, I'm going to do it first. That is not what we want.
And there's collusion perhaps, but there's also a bit of reclaiming, I think, if she's the one in control, right?
Well, of course, I think that's fantasy. I think it's fantasy that we can recoup the violating image and use it. I mean, like I used to get so tired of people quoting Audrey, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. But that was exactly what she meant, that you are not going to destroy this imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy by creating your own version of it, even if it serves you to make lots and lots of money.
Okay, I have a confession. Well, I haven't talked about it yet. I'm going through it, girls. I'm in a transition. I'm in such a transition, but it's not, I don't want people to weaponize the transition because they don't fucking have two brain cells to rub together to understand it. You know what I mean? I told my partner a few months ago, I said, hey, I have to talk to you about something. I said, I'm in a transition and I'm going to do everything I can to make it as smooth as possible. But it's going to be possibly hard, you know, because I want to continue doing nude work, but I don't want to make any more videos. Not the kinds of videos that I was making before that were about paying rent. I am very happy with the ones I've made. They're all very good. I will continue to sell them. But it just seems like I've grown out of it. But I'm still going to be naked. My pussy's still going to be out there. But I want it to be different. I want it to be an attempt at commentary that I think will make us less money. And I need you to trust that I will make that money in a different way, streaming and stuff like that. And my partner's like, yeah, all right, cool. And I was like, okay. And it's one of those things where I haven't made a new PPV in a few months. And I'm still good. Like, ironically enough, I'm doing still great. People don't care. I'm doing vibes. Like, my audience on OnlyFans is really supportive. They're happy. So I didn't even take a pay cut. But, you know, it's one of those things where I kept telling myself when I was done, I would be done with that particular type of brand, like, stuff. And I think every video I've ever made is great. I do. But the expectation that that's what you should expect is very interesting. And I think what had happened is I realized I had no more to offer or give. I'm still going to make videos, but it's not going to be the videos I had made in the past. I want to transform it into something a little bit different that won't guarantee feedback. Does that make sense? So don't hear this as me saying I won't do sex work, or don't hear this as me saying I won't be naked, or don't hear this as me saying any of that. What I'm saying is, when I used to make videos in the past, I was almost always thinking about the return on investment, because it was, you know, those videos were bread and butter. But now I want to make videos that won't guarantee a return. That's different. So that is a possible pay cut. But so far it's been good. So far everyone's been very supportive. Yeah, Discord said art goes where we go. Exactly. Art goes where we go. And I'm just ready for a different thing. In the same way that YouTube will transform with me as well. I'm doing a different thing that I was 10 years ago. But every time you make a transition, it comes at the expense of a pay cut or a fear of losing the audience and rebuilding it. And so far, I've been really lucky. The transition has gone really smooth and everyone's been really supportive. But it is one of those things where it's not an anti-sex work move. It's a embracing of the artist desire that I have for my future goals, that I would love for me to have a space that's a little bit more risky in terms of income. It's always been part work. Like, it's always been like a quarter of it's never paid my rent. It's like a quarter of my income. You know, it's like, so I could afford to play with it a little bit, but it's needed. I need to make that money to pay my bills, but I could risk it in a sense. It was you know, and I think that is really hard because I still want to be a naked old lady online, but I want it to be, I always want the work I create to be something the rule of thumb I have for the work that I make is if it goes public and it leaks, and my parents have to see it, am I proud? Am I proud of it? And I think every piece of work I've ever done, I've always been proud of. But if I make any content that I'm not proud of, I'm going to be annoyed with myself. And that is the artist. You know? And that is so funny. Like, that is such a funny way to be and exist in a world under capitalism. Is like, capitalism doesn't care if you're in it. That's the myth that these billionaires create. The myth that the billionaires create is that they give a fuck. That their sense of morality or ethics or being is in the work they create. It isn't. It's just a means and a way to take advantage and exploit people in order to get rich, you know? And for me, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to also sensationalize my nudity. Like, I don't want to sensationalize my body. I want to express it and allow it to be free. And that feels very different to me. Yeah. Like, I remember being told when I started my OnlyFans, I remember being told, like, oh, don't show anything and keep it as a tease for a long time. You'll make more money. And that made me go, oh, I'm going to show it right away then. Because if I don't want to be in this game as a way to keep people on the hook to see my body when my body shouldn't be treated that way. My body is neutral. My body exists. I've already been naked in public. You know what I mean? Like, I've already been naked on the streets of Seattle. Well, why am I on the internet pretending to tease you for something? I don't want to make money that way. I don't want to make money telling my audience, like, you might see a nipple. Like, that feels so gross to me, even though it is one of the most successful business models. But then what you're doing is saying you should be extra excited to see my nipple. And I'm just like, it's a nipple. So if I play into this narrative that says you should, you know, then I'm not, you know? And that's why I'm just like, I don't want to play that game with you. Here's my nipple. And that is like, it always comes at the expense of your wallet, but it comes at the integrity of the consistency of the value of, I think nudity is neutral. I think it can be sexual. I think it can be something or another, but it's not, my body is just simply a thing that exists, you know? And the context in which it exists is dependent on the context, but it just simply exists, you know? And anyways, I'm having a great time in this transition, but it was one that I was like, oh, I didn't know that was going to happen. It's just, I woke up one day and I was like, I think I just made my last video and I didn't even know it. I made a video. I posted it. It was fabulous. And then I was like, oh my God, did I just make my last video? And I didn't even know I made it. But I think I might have, my last masturbatory video, I'll be clear, it's masturbatory videos. I was like, I think I just made my last masturbation video. I didn't make my last nude video, but I think I made my last masturbating video. Yeah, that's so interesting. I think I said all I needed to say about masturbation already. I think I've made enough PPVs to make my statement about orgasm. Yeah. But I think to the wrong group of people, they're gonna be like, see, Brittany Simon admitted sex work is bad. And that's like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm just ready to do a version of it that's different, but it's really still sex work at the end of the day. Or nude work or nude art. It's whatever the audience decides it is, really. You know? Okay.
Because I really been challenging people to think about, would we be at all interested in Beyonce if she wasn't so rich? Because I don't think you can separate her class power and the wealth from people's fascination with her, that here is a young Black woman who is so incredibly wealthy. And wealthy is what so many young people fantasize, dream about, sexualize, eroticize. And one could argue even more than her body. It's what that body stands for. The body of desire, fulfilled, that is wealth, fame, celebrity.
Yeah, exactly. You're not doing what Trisha does. Yeah, when Trisha made their video saying they're going to take, see, that's what's annoying to me, but also so clear to me that I'm within my joy. Trisha did sex work and made millions of dollars and then bailed on sex work and felt bad about it. I have not even made $300,000 doing sex work, but I have been proud of everything I've ever put out and I'm not taking it down and I'm continuing the work. And that is the difference. Trisha is a sellout. Trisha's been a sellout since day one. all these people are sellouts. And the point is, that's why they're rich. You're rich because you sold out. And that's why people should be suspicious of rich people, because you did not get there without selling out. And so may I always remain middle class. So at least I can tell myself I didn't fucking sell out.
All the things that...
Because when you sell out, your regret is a shame that you project onto everybody else. I am not ashamed. I am proud. But that's why I'm annoyed at people like Trisha, who make it everybody else's fucking problem and then let the right weaponize your issue with your body that you took out on the rest of us. And now you're throwing all of us under the bus for something you regret. I don't regret anything. I'm growing past and expanding forward.
So many people in our culture are lusting for, wanting. I mean, let's say if Beyonce was a homeless woman who looked the same way, or a poor down and out woman who looked the same way, would people be enchanted by her? Or is it the combination of all of those things that are at the heart of imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy? And I've been saying, people of color, we are so invested in white supremacy, it's tragic. Lorraine Hansberry says that it is the only form of extremism that should discredit us in the eyes of our children, that we remain so...
Yeah, Chaz says, does she feel ashamed? I don't know if she did from my memory. She said I saw a clip that said she felt ashamed and she felt like I don't want my daughter to see that and think it's okay. Because she's like, now I'm a mom and now I have kids and da-da-da. Also, what Bell Hooks said just now, I think is why that conversation with the panel in the 70s was so important, this panel here, because what the conversation is how should Black or minority people, this is Black people specifically, play into the system, and how much of us are selling our souls in order to win in this system that's so obviously against us, which is why there is some reporting that Black billionaires are Black millionaires when in mixed company of white millionaires, white billionaires, do still see a hierarchy of racism at play, that no matter how rich a Black person can get in America, the richer white person will always look down on them. And that is what I think Bell Hooks is trying to get at. You know? Okay, hold on. I lost my tab. Where is it? Hello? Oh, here it is.
Invested. Because I think it goes back to, and Shala first brought this up, the thing about, I say to my students, to other people, decolonize. But there's also that price for decolonization. You're not going to have the wealth. You're not going to be getting your Genius Award funded by the militaristic imperialist MacArthur people. And I'm not saying anything negative about the people who receive those awards, but there is a price that comes with decentering, decolonizing. And part of what has to happen for us to be free is we have to create our own standards of how to live. I mean, and you as Miss Cyclist, awesome cyclist, I mean, and she's not saying she also works as an accountant, a CPA, is that?
No, I'm not a CPA, but I do prepare taxes.
How come I always get your identities confused?
Because there's so many.
But the thing is, it's like she does a lot of creative things to pay the bills, to bring the money home, and they're not all exciting.
Taxes was pretty exciting.
Okay, this plays exactly into what I was saying before. I didn't even know I was going to get this good because my memory, I have a fucking goldfish over here. I'm not as smart and not as great as Bell Hooks. But this is what I'm trying to say is something I remind myself of, that making money and saving and being responsible will not be glamorous. It will not be nice. It will not be flashy. It will be slow and responsible and within my values. That I, as much as I try and as much as I used to dream about being one of these rich people who could do these things, anytime I had an opportunity, I said no. The universe keeps sending me opportunity after opportunity to take these moments to get rich. And I keep going, I can't do it though. And I know that. And I'm so privileged to have the ability to say no, thank you. And I'm so privileged to have this body and this brain and this relationship with success that I can turn down those opportunities because I've had enough of them. And I think a part of it is because I will not sleep at night. I cannot tell you how physically sick I get. It's real, guys. I like physically ill. Like I become physically sick. And I don't think I chose that. I think I'm having a biological experience that put me in this brain with this consciousness that processes information this way. And I have felt physically sick my whole life when I find out that all these people that I keep thinking are in it for the right reasons or in it for the wrong ones. And I'm like, uh-oh, I feel gross. I gotta leave. Like, but also I doubt myself and I question myself and I think, yeah, but they're successful. Should I be doing this? Like they're doing this and, you know, should I be, you know, and I question and then I tell myself, but Brittany, you can't. You've had the opportunities. You don't seem to take them. And it's not because I don't believe in myself. I do. I just want to be able to not get physically sick when I think about it. And then I wonder if that's why everyone stays so stimulated. That's why I wonder if everyone stays so fucking drugged up and fucking on their Zins all day. Like, is that how you stop yourself from getting sick? Because I get physically ill, you know?
I'd like to do your taxes sometime.
The experience of my life in Texas is dread. But I'm just saying that I want us to stay with that the cost of liberation. Because we know that people don't want to be oppressed. But a lot of times we will remain enslaved because it's just simply easier. It's simply more well paid. I mean, I think about Janet here. I mean, Janet wants, her dream is a dream of being a writer. And part of that fulfillment of that dream has been writing about her experience as a trans woman. But that is not the theme that she wants for her life. Like everything I write, everything I think has to come out of that persona. That was like one aspect of her imagination, her mind, her experience. I think when Sweet Honey and the Rock say, when we work for freedom, we cannot rest. The real challenge for her as she gains greater and greater power of self is to be able to move both inside that identity and outside it as you so choose. The question will be is whether this marketing apparatus that is our commodity culture will affirm you in any way as you try to move outside the boundaries that have been set. We're really into trans right now. People will tell me, oh yeah, it's like the ordinary people. It's almost like they flip the hate channel and it turns onto the voyeur channel and isn't it interesting, isn't it cute, isn't it fascinating channel. But nothing is really changing there. That is opening up, that is saying we want to hear from Janet Mock talking about many aspects of culture. Can you jump into that?
Yeah, I think I do it by just speaking about what I want to speak about. And I think it's the challenging of what Marcy said earlier, these boxes. I think a lot of my media frustrations and biggest upheavals and brouhahas have been about challenging white, cis, heterosexual, rich men about how they think my life should be distilled in order to suit their audiences. And
there were some conversations, not to pit two Black and brown women against each other, but Laverne Cox and Janet Mock were coming up in similar times, as was T.S. Madison and all these other women. And there was always a deviation between why Laverne was the one, especially with Laverne having been outed as or she outed herself really, dating this white MAGA cop during lockdown. It's like, and then she used her fame and her prominence and the world embraced Laverne. Generally, Janet Mock did well. I remember reading her book. I remember her being all over Seattle, but also Laverne is obviously the bigger name. And in a big way, I think it must be difficult to be thrust into those positions and then to have to face yourself with compromise and or facing your inadequacies in many ways, like your lack of deconstruction, right? Yeah, Discourse says, what about Laverne dating a MAGA cop? It was a whole thing. Yeah, she admitted that she fell in love with this white MAGA cop. And it was like one of the greatest thrills of her life, but that was recent. And so it begs a question, like how deconstructed could Laverne even be? And so here's, Janet saying she wants to challenge these white cis rich men or whatever. And here's Laverne dating them, maybe not rich because he's a cop, but here's Laverne dating them. It's like, how are you going to challenge the system if you're making love to it? But then how are you going to challenge the system if you also live in it and you have to make a living in it? And that's that balance. Like, how am I going to challenge it? And that's why I say, like, your values, they show up in the way you say no. But that's also difficult because not everyone is able to say no, right? Not everyone is able to say no because of where they land in the intersection, right? So you have to also keep in mind that you have to be kind to yourself And when you're ready, you have to be able to say no at the expense of eating this week. And you're never going to feel more empowered by your hunger, but you don't need to go hungry every week. And that's what's difficult is like, is this a week to go hungry for principle? Is this the week, you know, is there a way for me to feed myself? This is more metaphorical than literal, but it can be literal, you know? Yeah, like that's the difficulty because there's so many why people do the things that they do, right?
There's and so much more in my book subtitle for a reason. It's not just about this idea of me seeking reconciliation with my body and gender and society's expectations of what my gender is supposed to be, but it's also about a story about a girl growing up in Oakland at the height of the crack epidemic with a father who's struggling with that, and a mother and father who were super messy and had so much struggles of their own that framed how I came into this world and thought of self. And my father's gender policing of me, and my maternal grandmother and aunts who fed me so much images of Black womanhood beyond just Claire Huxtable. That was so, you know, visible and like aspirational for me, which was the connection to wealth that I was growing up with. It was like, oh my God, I want a brownstone in Brooklyn. That's what I want. You know, I still kind of want that, but
I mean, yeah.
I know. Who doesn't want that?
But it's, you know, and I think about going back to your daughter and talking about seeing Angela Davis and her claiming her hair and the space that it takes up. And I think about at the height of the 90s pop boom, just bear with me, this is my age. I watched TRL all the time, and seeing Destiny's Child for the first time on TRL in a space where it was only NSYNC and Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera and everyone was blonde and choreographed and everything, and to see them come in as I guess my generation's supremes for Black girls spoke to me on so many levels to have that representation as a 15-year-old to see. And so I think I have a different relationship with Beyonce because we're a year and a half apart, specifically. And it's not that I don't see her without critique, because I do. I see so many things that bother me about, you know, like the Drunken Love lyric. Why did she let her husband say that about anime? You know, all of this stuff. I wish that was not in there. But also having Partition come out in December, like a couple months before my book came out, when I'm writing about sex work and sexual abuse and issues with my body and my sexuality, it was freeing to have Beyonce and showing her ass and owning her body and claiming that space. That meant a lot to me because it gave me the okay as someone who I looked up to since I was 15 to have that.
I really felt like that video would have been better if he wasn't there. Honestly, every video would have been better if Jay-Z was never in them. Somebody said the other day, when I'm listening to Drunken Love, and then I remember who it's about, and I'm like, stop. As far as I'm concerned, every time I listen to Beyonce, Jay-Z does not exist. That's kind of how I consume her media, as like, she's not, I don't know, who's this man? Who? That's kind of how I do it.
And I'm not saying that she is not participating.
It's really interesting. All my years of listening to rap, all my years of loving rap, never liked Jay-Z. Never. And I don't know why, but I never got into it. I never liked him. I never felt motivated or inspired by his lyrics or his sound in particular. But maybe that's because I'm a West Coast girly.
In all of this, but I do think that there is power in her leaving her father, and I don't think that she's going straight into Jay-Z's hands, but that documentary was about leaving her father and saying, I would not let you give this distilled image of me anymore, and that resonates with me on so many levels too. And so we can continue to critique, but that was my thoughts on that.
My concern, though, is that whole idea, again, when we think about containment, that we say, oh, but this person who is doing major harm, let's say, because I see a part of Beyonce that is in fact anti-feminist, that is assaulting, that is a terrorist, in the sense of, especially in terms of the impact on young girls. I actually feel like the major assault on feminism in our society has come from visual media and from television and videos. I mean, just think, do we even know of late any powerful man of any color who's come out with some tirade against feminism? The tirades against feminism occur so much in the image-making business, in what we see. I mean, think about Snow White and the Huntsman, if you saw that. The image of Charlize, his character, as the wicked stepmother. But the interesting thing that we see in that film that I didn't see any reviewer talking about is that character talks about her mother releasing her as a child into the hands of adult predators. And her amazing line in that film, where she's looking a little like a hot Gloria Steinem, is she says, men ruin women. And it's this whole sort of anguish of having to be in this world as the sex symbol, as the sexual whatever. So I guess what I'm concerned about constantly in my critical imagination is, why is it that we don't have liberatory images that are away from, not an inversion of what society has told us, but that are our own sense of what am I looking like when I am free? I can tell you this, I ain't wearing no t-shirt when I'm free. I'm wearing this t-shirt, which Stephanie, my friend on the front row here, was like, I don't wear t-shirts, but this t-shirt was made by the women's studies folks, Carlin and Anna at St. Norbert's College in De Pere, Wisconsin. And they made this as part of their year of Bell Hooks celebrating my work. And they wanted me to wear it here in New York City so that people would have that sense of an intersectionality, that it's not just New Yorkers that are reading Bell Hooks, but there are people in St. Pierre, Wisconsin. But my point is, this is not liberatory for me. I have, because I'm not—
mandatory.
Exactly, and I liked it that Stephanie was saying, well, now it can be a sleep shirt. I like the idea of sleeping with bell hooks. See, that's a different kind of, even that becomes a different kind of imagining of eroticism. What is my eroticism in relation to myself? I liked it when Janet was saying, how do I change my relationship to glamour so that it is about myself, about, like me, I work at home mostly.
That commentary about Sleeping Beauty is really interesting, because I remember watching that movie and I thought it was one of the best depictions of the Queen. I really liked that story. I thought it was really devastating. I thought Charlize Theron does a great job. I think it's interesting that real life Charlize was recently on Call Her Daddy. I featured it in my podcast about older women and younger men, talking about having sex with a 19-year-old. Is that right? 20? No. Hold on. Let me double check. Charlize. Sex. 19? Or was it 26? No. Was it 26? Okay, 26. Okay, it wasn't 19. That'd be crazier. She's 50. What is she, 15? Has sex with a 25-year-old. It's the best sex of her life, 26-year-old. And I featured her in my podcast, just saying it's funny that she recently discovered how to liberate herself in realizing she deserved an orgasm in bed. How she had been trained to think that men were owed an orgasm and women weren't. So even though I was raised conservative, and even though I didn't have sex till I was 21, 22, I started experimenting. And I never once thought I wasn't supposed to come. I never even crossed my mind, because I just can't even imagine or process a world in which two equals are having sex and we're not both having a great time. And I don't know when I started to really believe that, but probably because I read a lot when I was younger. I read a lot of books, like a lot of books by the time I had sex. And I'd read a lot of books about sex. I read a lot about books about women having sex, a lot of books about, and that's why I say, like, read all books, even bad books. But I think it is interesting how we're all at a different place in our deconstruction journey. And some of us get there earlier and some of us get there later. I mean, look at me deconstructing capitalism so late in my life. But also, I don't blame you, but I think we should be very cautious about who we listen to and understand where they're coming from in this regard. I remember Bell Hooks, we read her book about love in the Discord. We did an audiobook club, and it was written in the 90s. And I remember when the Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky thing came up, she talked about how it was a consensual relationship. And I highly doubt she'd have that opinion now. I don't know. But I remember when I read that, I was like, oh, we're going to ignore that. Because even though we're not going to ignore it, but like, obviously, I don't think that was a consensual relationship in the typical sense. Like, Monica might have said yes, but I don't think it was consensual, in the sense that I don't think a 22-year-old intern can consent to being sexual with the president of the United States, right? Not now that we understand the Epstein list and all those men in positions of power and all of those fucking, you just know some shit was happening. So yeah, I don't. I do think in a world outside of patriarchy, and how do we live in a world where all the women today get transported into a different world, right? Like, I do think we'd be naked. I do think we'd be running around. I do think it would be a different relationship with nudity. I do think after spending all of those times I did in nudist communities and all those times I did with all gendered people gave me a release and a liberation from the idea that my body only exists in a sexual context. And I'm lucky that I had that. I think it's why it's so important to also understand that people could be naked around children and not be sexual. I think because there's so much sexual predatory behavior in our families, it's hard for us to imagine. But the truth is like plenty of kids globally can be raised around naked adults and it's not sexual, and the kids are naked, it's not sexual. And Croatia, they be naked. Everyone's just kind of naked here. It's very interesting being here. Not that sexual predators don't exist, but the culture is so nude here in comparison to America, which is so interesting because it's also a Catholic country. But I don't know how to explain it except to say, like, there are a lot of naked kids here. And I'm like, oh, and there are a lot of topless people and men in Speedos. And I'm like, but everyone is very chill. Chesa, it's Croatia. Croatia very Catholic? I mean, it's a Catholic nationalist country. It's the country is Catholic, like the government's Catholic, right? Or they say it's not, but the post office has Catholicism stuff everywhere. Every government building I've ever walked into has like something Catholic in it. It's a Catholic country. Okay. And so it is kind of interesting being here, but it's different. The nudity laws are different. It's strict. You can't be naked in places, like you have to be naked near the beach or topless near the beach, But yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting experience. I wish everyone could have that experience to liberate themselves from feeling bad in their bodies, But with that said, it's very hard to do it. So you have to do it individually. Okay, so this goes back to individuality. You have to take it on individually to deconstruct your relationship with your body, because society is not going to do it for you, and they certainly don't want you to do it, right? And you have to know the difference between I'm engaging in this behavior for myself and I'm engaging in this behavior because it's what's expected of me. You are allowed to want to engage in behavior that overlaps with society's expectation of you. You being rebellious against every expectation society has at the expense of your joy doesn't make any sense. Sometimes your joy just happens to overlap with society, not in every way, but in some. And so there has to be some understanding of like, oh yeah, this part we overlap with, but not for the same reasons. Okay. I want to switch gears because I'm running out of spoons here. And I want to switch gears to Drunken in Love. Blah, 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 blah. Hold on. Let me what happened here? Hold on. Give me a second. Drunken in Love. Oh my God. Give me a second. So this one and this one and is that right? Yeah, let's do. Okay. Pause this. Pause this. Okay, let's do one more big story and then a couple of TikToks I want to show you, and then we'll end stream. Okay, first, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And thank you for liking the stream. I appreciate it. This mom is all over my For You page. Have you seen her? Do you know this TikTok?
Their collective minds people are going to lose their collective minds when I tell you that I limited my children's choice of college majors. My husband thought I was crazy, and he was certain that our kids were going to rebel when I told him that they only have a choice out of 4 majors. College is not a time to explore your passions. I do not have the money or the time for that. Absolutely take advantage of all the extracurriculars and the opportunities that a college campus offers. But college to me is a white collar trade school. So you have to graduate with an in-demand skill. In the US here, college can now cost close to $400,000. A year at NYU is close to $100K a year. Okay, a year at my alma mater, Drexel in Philly, it's $90K a year, and that is a 5-year school. Yes, there are a lot of cheaper ways to go to college. My homeschooled children did manage to earn full merit scholarships that cover tuition. And so for me, also knowing that it's so much easier to launch young adults if they're able to earn money to financially support themselves, they can at that time figure out what they want to do and what their passions are. So it was best for me to do something to make sure that my kids were going to enter young adulthood with a highly marketable, in-demand skill. So I told my kids, I said this, you're going to have my full financial support for 4 years. I'm going to do everything I can to pay for those 4 years. But after that, I have to focus on my retirement because I do not expect you to support me in my old age. So as a mother, it's my duty to make sure that you can provide for yourself. Once you're working and I know you have the ability to take good care of yourself, you can go do whatever you want. You want to go play guitar on the boardwalk for money? Go for it. You want to be a professional gamer, an actress, a dancer, a musician, a pro athlete, whatever you want, go for it. So that's what I said to them. I want them to do whatever they want. Once they have the actual ability to make that choice as an adult, because then you also have to have the ability to handle all of the ups and downs of such choices. And another fact that will help our children to successfully launch into young adulthood and to be able to live their best life is as parents, we have to make sure that they start out in life without any student loans. People are going to lose their collective.
I agree with her. I agree with this video alone, just in isolation. I agree. Like, just isolated. I agree. I think in many ways, if you're going to spend that much money, I need you to be dead serious, because I've seen a lot of people I know get into so much debt with degrees they didn't want to finish. They got so many FAFSA loans and spent it on something. They just were not responsible. And I don't blame them. They're 18, 19, 20. But if your parents are willing to pay for something, I would lock in and focus. And I would be very grateful to have that thing to lean on and then to move forward. One of my parents, her friends did this, paid for her housing, her college education. Every bill was paid for 4 years of college, but she had to go to college. And then she went into her dream career, and she's been doing her dream career forever. But she always has this thing to lean on should she pivot careers at some point or need the advantage. But it's just a bachelor's degree, but it's something. It's better than nothing. And then, of course, I understand that masters and PhDs are much more, doctorates are much more helpful in some fields, but what would help bachelors. So as somebody like myself who doesn't even have a bachelor's, in some ways, I almost wish that my parents even knew anything about college to push us into it. Here's the thing. My parents don't know anything about college. Realistically, your parents probably don't even understand college or how it works. So they can't push their kids or even focus in on education. They don't even understand the words of college hierarchies or how they work or what they are. And so growing up in a conservative home that was also an immigrant background, yeah, it kind of would have been nice if my parents kind of raised us with college in mind, because then I wouldn't have been so intimidated by it and maybe I would have known how to do it better. But it was more like they just talked about it. It was a talking conversation. It wasn't like, to this day, I don't really understand it. Credits and degrees and stuff, it's like a whole new language. I mean, I would get it if I paid attention, but it's like, it is a new language. And I don't think people understand that. Like my friends who went to college, they talk in such a different way. My siblings who went to college and graduated, completely different lived experience than the rest of us. And again, it has its advantages and disadvantages. Obviously, I'm doing fine, right? I make basically as much as my college graduate siblings, but it's not always about the money, is it? That's the other part. It is about the education and what you can learn from college. And it helps sometimes, in general. People do take you a little bit more seriously when you say you graduated college, So it is interesting. So I kind of really do appreciate intention. And I would like to say that obviously this can have some negative impacts, but I like that she's not, expecting her kids to pay for her retirement. And I like that she saved enough to even help her kids in the first place. And there's a lot of good here, I think, generally. I think it's interesting that she homeschooled her kids. And I do think it's interesting that she has such strict requirements, but I'm not surprised. And I do like that she's not depending on her kids, because a lot of parents who do pay for your education do expect you to retire them. And I think that's the wrong way to move forward as well. Okay, but let's check out another one of her videos to get some more context into who this lady is. She's a therapist. And here's this video said, with your limited choice of college majors, would you let your kids become doctors?
Look at the studies and the surveys. Half of all doctors regret going into medicine, with 40% of women doctors actually leaving the field. So it's not about would I have let them become doctors. The question is that what they absolutely want to do? And if that is what they absolutely want to do, then they can plan for that. But they must still get their bachelor's degree in one of the majors I allowed, because I'm not paying for a pre-med or a pre-law degree. These are not skilled degrees, because if they change their mind, and many do, and decide not to go to medical school or law school, what is the demand for a pre-med or a pre-law degree? To apply to medical school, law school, and many graduate programs, there are no required undergrad majors. You can major in whatever you want. You just need the prerequisite classes. You can apply for medical school with a fashion designing degree as long as you have the prereq science classes and a solid MCAT score. If anything, that's probably going to make your application stand out among the sea of science majors. Law school absolutely does not require a pre-law degree. If anything, that makes your application look very unattractive. You can major in whatever you want. You just need a good resume and a great LSAT score. As parents, it's our duty to do this kind of research, to lay out the facts for our kids, and then to put down some guardrails while they are under our care. I'm not saying it's easy to do. Teenagers are stubborn, they don't listen well, but it's still something that needs to be done. Now, if you have a child who is absolutely intent on going to medical school, my two recommendations would be to, one, look into a BSMD program. And the other thing is, if you are certain that you want to go to medical school but don't get into a BSMD program, it is very difficult to get into medical school, so make sure you pick an undergraduate program where they have a very high placement rate for medical school. But for those of you who are very worried and ready to take away my Asian card, don't worry, because my son-in-law is a doctor. So when you look at...
I think there's something about this that is really insightful. Like my parents, I think I could just compare them to my own parents who did homeschool us until I was in high school. And I'll just say they did not do any of this research or prepare us at all for the real world. They tried, they did their best, but I would have appreciated this amount of research and due diligence from my parents. I think it's one of the things that I was always annoyed with, because then my parents would turn around and say, like, why are my kids more educated or ahead? They didn't even, like, when did you think? Why did you think? So it's like, yeah, like, I think there's a part of this mom that I really do enjoy because I am comparing her to my parents. And I'm thinking, like, yeah, this would have been really good. Like, this would have been really helpful to me. And also, like, a bachelor is a bachelor. Now, I don't know if she has a list of what her requirements are, because I'm sure she actually has a lot of options for what they can get a degree in. But I think what's interesting is that she is saying, I want to give you the tools that you don't have the hindsight to think about, because how many 18-year-olds are signing up for school loans that aren't even worth the investment? I think in an ideal world, college would cost nothing because the government would pay for it and we could get degrees in all kinds of things. But the truth is, in the system we live in today, this woman just spent her limited time on earth making and saving that money for her kids. And in my mind, like, you better put it to use. You better put it to use. Like, you better put it to use in a way that all she's saying, she's not even saying you have to have a job after. She's saying, just get this thing out of the way now while you are young, while you have the brain capacity, while it's easier on your body. Because girls, sometimes I look back at my siblings who worked 2 jobs and did full-time school. And I'm like, how did you do that? They're like, I was young. They're like, I could never do that now. I have siblings now that are going back to school for their masters. And they're like, it's like a completely different experience. And it's because they're older. They're 10 years older. And so, yeah, like in some ways, if your kids are going to get an education, do it while you are young and energetic. but also be focused. Now, I understand there might be some caveats, like maybe the kid doesn't want to go to college right away. Maybe they're not quite sure, but you can still get your associates and then move up to a bachelor's. But maybe like, I'm assuming there's more nuance to the situation, right? That's how it is. You know, I gotta assume that, right? And also, like, again, I don't feel entitled. If my parents saved for college, and maybe this is something I didn't ever communicate to you guys, if I was a parent and I saved for my kids' college, I never assumed my kids would just get anything. I kind of assumed it would be an investment for the future. In the same way that if I gave you money for a house and you spent it on a car, I'd be like, the fuck? I'm not giving you this money without an attachment. There is an attachment to this money. If I gave you money and I said, do whatever you want with it, that's what it would be. But if I gave you money for college or I gave you money for a house, I would expect you to put it towards those things and become successful and or use it to completion. So when I said as parents, like us saving for college, if we ever did that, oh, I did not just make all this money and pay Uncle Sam for you not to utilize it to the best advantage. Do you know what I'm saying? Obviously, but then we would have money on the side that said you can use this money for whatever you want. Here's $10K for your graduation. Do whatever you want with it. Travel, do whatever. Right? So I just had this realization watching this woman's TikTok that I didn't realize some people, when they said their parents paid for college, that you guys were just willy-nilly out here spending money. I didn't know you guys weren't talking to your parents about what degree you would get. Not that your parents would control you, but that if they spent their hard-earned limited time on earth saving you that money, that you would put some respect on their name and actually get your degree. Because she's right. How many of you start college and don't finish? But to be fair, I paid for that. When I did community college, I had to pay for it. And I was like, this isn't for me. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to do this. And I didn't finish, right? But my parents would say, oh, you should try college. But they didn't know anything about college. So I didn't know anything about college. And I didn't know what I was doing there. Right? Yeah, kind of crazy. Okay, next video. If your daughter wants to be a stay-at-home mom and homeschool, would you still push her to go to college?
My daughter is the one kid who never had a choice. So my daughter is the one kid who never had a choice about college since I would have basically forced her. She's always said that she wants to be a stay-at-home mom, which is something to me is a great goal. So even though I've known that she wants to stay home with kids, I sent her to the University of Pennsylvania and I paid the most for her education. I've never understood the entire mentality within Christian and religious circles, especially homeschool ones, about not sending daughters to college because they want to be a stay-at-home mom. Like, I get it, if the money is not there, you absolutely do not want to put her into debt. But if she wants to be a future mother, now is the time for her to get all of her education taken care of and out of the way because she may not have the time or the money or the inclination later. And please do not tell me anything about trades when it comes to my girl. Because my mom is a skilled tailor, my dad was a shoe cobbler, and it was their trades that provided for me throughout my childhood. But trades are hard for a woman, especially if she finds herself in a situation where she has to raise her kids herself because she now has to physically go to work. And if you have young children and you have to deal with childcare, I don't want her in that situation. The second thing is, I've never fully understood the mindset of, well, she's a girl, so she doesn't need as much education. While I want to make it absolutely clear that an institutional education does not make a person intelligent, I'm just referring to that mindset because raising children is not just about changing diapers and cooking, because I'm the one who educated my kids. I've never understood why you would not want the person who is educating the next generation to be educated. Like, how is that logical? And the most comical are those fundamentalist Christians where the women aren't supposed to study the Bible on their own. Like, they're supposed to rely on their husbands for that. Like, I don't get how that works because who is teaching your sons who are going to be the future husbands? Because my husband was providing for a whole family. He worked a lot. He was just literally physically not home that much. I was. And secondly, he's great at lecturing, but he's not good at teaching. Those are two very different skills. And then the last point, even if everything works out perfectly and she gets to stay home and raise her kids into adulthood, that's a job where it will and it must come to an end if she does it well. And at that point, I want her to be able to pivot or whatever and have all of the tools at her disposal to be able to move on to the next chapter of her life.
Yo, this woman is a planner. This woman is a type A planner. I kind of like her. I'm kind of a big fan. I'm like, okay, mommy Dami, like I'm kind of into her. Like she is really thoughtful, Love her plans. I don't know if, like, God knows. I hope she's not. She doesn't sound like a Trump voter. Let's see here. Okay, Ruth, love that name. Oh, but she is a Christian, Pennsylvania licensed mental health therapist. Okay, so she might just be a Trump voter. But damn, I kind of like this energy, bro. Kind of hate the idea that she's a Christian because patriarchal systems, but love that she's a Christian who says, hey, your fundamental bullshit, not a vibe. My daughter's going to be educated. So then I'm like, okay. So I can see we're probably going to have disagreements. She's probably definitely like, maybe even on the wrong side of history here. I don't know. But I think just those 3 videos in that context, yeah, I kind of vibe with this idea generally. You know, Chess says she might be a progressive Christian. I feel like that's an oxymoron. How can you be a progressive and uphold patriarchy? How can we do that? How can you do it? No, you can't. But you know, people pretend. So I'll give it to her. Maybe she's, you know, but I think this idea is really interesting. I guess when we're having kids, and I do agree with Chad who said figuring out what you want for your future at 18 is kind of crazy. It is crazy. Some people know, some people don't, but I overall do like generally this consensus of prepare, move in a direction, be thoughtful about that direction, and don't take it for granted that life is going to be very fucking hard. So you better have a plan. You better be focused. I really do. And I do love that she said, you know, after you get your degree, you can be a gamer. You could be anything you want to be. You can go into the arts. You can do whatever you're going to do. But make sure you have this fallback. Same thing with fallback. Is that the right word? Same thing with her daughter eventually being done raising kids. And by the way, assuming she even meets a partner and has babies, because what if she doesn't? Having this degree to rely on after the fact, because I don't know, my mother was a stay-at-home mom, but she worked before and after kids. She's working. Well, she's retired now, but after the kids were growing, my mom went back to work. You know what I'm saying? And she's lucky my dad had a business so she could work for the business, because ultimately, I don't even know where my mom would have worked, but having that extra income was very helpful. She contributed to Social Security. She did all these other things on top of my dad's income. So they, you know, double income, no kids at some point. And that's really the thing here that I think is so interesting. We talk about dinks and sinks. We talk about the reality of being partnered with double income or just living off one income. The reality is your life should be custom. This is really what I want to say through all of the conversation we've had today on stream. I think you deserve a custom life. I think it's possible, especially if you're neurodivergent like I am or a creative. You can have a custom life, but girly, it will be hard. The same way every other life is hard. But if you are trying to do it like everybody else and it is not working for you, consider a custom life, custom relationship, custom way of raising your kids. As long as it's grounded in good data, and as long as you are always educating yourself, and as long as you are aiming for stability that is long-term, I think you should have that custom life. Because I do think I've never been happier having a custom life, but I also know that that came with acknowledging that how we handle our money, how we handle our future, how we have a relationship with how we see the world and handle the world, that comes in relation to us as individuals, that's in relation to us as individuals, and everything outside of ourselves. You exist outside of systems, but the systems are still in place, and so you have to figure it out. I never want to create content that makes you feel bad because of how hard life is for you, because life is hard. That's the first thing I want you to understand about life is I think it's the hardest thing you will ever do is living. The most rewarding thing you will ever do, though, is learning to live. Okay? Existing is so fucking hard. And, you know, what I learned after being raised a conservative is that you can find some form of success as a conservative, but you will not liberate yourself from this system if you are conservative. And I was never going to be happy or fulfilled unless I liberated myself from it. Individually, I've liberated myself. Okay, as a spiritual being, as a consciousness, as a soul, I am liberated. As a body living under a system that sees me on a piece of paper with a social security number, not so much. So in terms of the system, not liberated. In terms of my own spiritual relationship to it, absolutely. And that took 30 years. And that's where I think you should be first and foremost. Liberate yourself personally and then work as a collective to liberate everybody. But until we liberate ourselves individually, I just don't see how the collective is going to heal. I just don't see it, which is why I love philosophy. Philosophy is an opportunity to liberate the individual, and the individual is a reflection of the collective, and the collective liberates itself out of darkness, right? Like, I just think they go so hand in hand. Okay, before we go, I have 2 videos I want to watch with you guys to end our first week of Black History Month. Because I think it's interesting, and I just learned this, and I did Google it to confirm, and the more you know, the more you know.
The Silicone Soldier. Welcome to Strap 101, where we talk about everything you need to know to do a silicone salsa.
Hold up. That is too fast.
I bet you didn't know a black man invented the Silicone Soldier. Welcome to Strap 101, where we talk about everything you need to know to do a silicone salsa. And today we're going to talk about strap history, which you probably didn't know is also black history. There would be no Silicone Soldier if it wasn't for Gosnell Duncan, a black Grenadian man who in the 1970s had an accident that left him paralyzed. But instead of letting that define him, he turned his pain into progress that also resulted into you and I's pleasure. He realized that people with disabilities were left out of intimate design. So he invented the Silicone Soft Pack, one of the first silicone-based toys built for accessibility, comfort, and inclusion. What he started wasn't just about pleasure. It was about liberation, empowerment, and respect for everybody. So when we talk about black history, black innovation, and innovation for sexual wellness, we have to say his name, Gosnell Duncan. The man who made the industry more human and accessible, the reason why you and I can strap up to this day, and a name that's often left out when it comes to sexual wellness history and black history as a whole. Happy Black History Month, and thank you to Mr. Gosnell Duncan.
Gosnell Duncan. Disabled, black, a hero, really. A hero, really. The first strap. Very interesting, because we know the dildos go back. We know dildos have been around forever. But I never thought to myself, when did the strap-on come into existence? When did we really get the strap-on? I'll link this video. And I was like, oh my gosh. And as a girly who's used a strap, shout out to my man, Gosnell Duncan. Second video I want to show you to end our time together today.
Black History Month in honor of Black History Month this February, I hope you'll join me in celebrating 28 days of Black cosplay. Every year, this is an opportunity to recognize and uplift Black cosplayers who so often are overlooked and face discrimination in the cosplay community. This past year in particular, we have seen the real-life consequences of the vitriol directed at Black cosplayers. In February and throughout the year, Black cosplayers need the support and voices of the whole cosplay community. That can mean checking your own racial biases and calling out racism when you see it. It can mean creating welcoming cosplay groups and ensuring Black cosplayers are not expected to only cosplay Black or dark-skinned characters. And it can mean sharing, liking, and following Black cosplayers whose content you enjoy. Let this month be an opportunity for you and others to start or continue being an advocate for Black cosplayers and for the inclusive community we all deserve. Have a great 28 days of Black cosplay.
Ugh, I love this one. This is so pretty. Anyways, shout her out. This is, Dresses and Capes. I don't see her name. What is her name? Dresses and Capes. I guess that's her name, Dresses and Capes. Here we go. Just absolutely love. Just absolutely love. I do love a cosplay. You know, in another life, I would have been a cosplayer.
Making Sally.
Whoa, loud.
Your Own Living Rag Doll, Part 1.
I really should have been a cosplayer. I don't know why I decided to do philosophy, except I can do it every day. I can't cosplay every day. That takes so much energy and time. You got to be skilled. You got to know how to sew and do all these other things. Anyways, that's it, girls. We did it. Have a good weekend. Be safe. If you're a Discord member, just a reminder, don't be late. We're deconstructing Avatar: The Last Airbender. We're still on book 1, and we're, having a blast doing it. So come join us. And with that said, thanks for being here. I appreciate it so much. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. And I'll see you Monday. Okay. Bye. Oh, wait. Chad says, do you all meet in a Zoom call? No, we hang out on the Discord. It's 18 plus. I don't want any kids on my Discord. It's on Patreon. It's through Patreon. It's a Discord, which, if you never use a Discord, it's really easy and it's a lot of fun. Okay, check it out. Okay, bye.